of the present can also be put on hold. Please note that the emergency exit is down the hall on your left. The restrooms for men are on the ground floor on the right. The restrooms for ladies are on the first floor on the right. And God help you if you're wearing heels. Please scan the QR code using your SOT, the app, every time you're coming in and out of the auditoriums or the various sessions. Please, if you find information and knowledge that is being shared here useful, so you can share it with your friends, and please use the hashtags #Guardians of the Future or #SOT2022. At any time, if you need any assistance, ushers are available, so feel free to get hold of one. And they can be cited either wearing one of their badges, or you can speak to any student of ours in the Beacon House uniforms or the TNS uniforms. Now, we've got to be careful about that too. The Newlands uniform. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the proceedings with the recitation of the Holy Quran, but it is my utmost pleasure and privilege to once again welcome you here. जैसे उर्दू में कहते हैं सारी खुदाई एक तरफ और बीकन हाउस का इवेंट एक तरफ, because this is especially true for all alumni, and I'm proud to be a Beaconite. So once again, I could sense the same jitters as we had our annual concerts. And yours truly was usually interested with similar responsibilities of either being the orator or the host, and it brings back many fond memories. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get the 15th edition of the School of Tomorrow event started. The theme this year is Guardians of Tomorrow, and we'd like to begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran. To do the honors, may I invite Fakhir Farooq and Sayyida Zahra Hussain for the English translation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل من رب السماوات والأرض قل الله. قل أفاتخذتم من دونه أولياء لا يملكون لأنفسهم نفعا ولا ضرا. قل هل يستوي الأعمى والبصير أم هل تستوي الظلمات والنور أم جعلوا لله شركاء خلقوا كخلقه فتشابه الخلق عليهم. قل الله خالق كل شيء وهو الواحد القهار. أنزل من السماء ماء فسالت أودية بقدرها فاحتمل السيل زبدا رابيا ومما يوقدون عليه في النار ابتغاء حلية أو متاع زبد مثله كذلك يضرب الله الحق والباطل. فأما الزبد فيذهب جفاء وأما ما ينفع الناس فيمكث في الأرض كذلك يضرب الله الأمثال للذين استجابوا لربهم الحسنى والذين لم يستجيبوا له لو أن لهم ما في الأرض جميعا ومثله معه لافتدوا به أولئك لهم سوء الحساب ومأواهم جهنم وبئس المهاد.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Say, who is the Lord of the heavens and the earth? Say, Allah. Say, have you then taken as protectors those besides him who possess no power to cause benefit or harm even to themselves? Say, is it that a blind person and a sighted one are equal? Or that all sorts of the darkness and the light are alike? Or have they ascribed such partners with Allah, who, according to their belief, have created some of the creations as He has created, and thus the creations seem to them alike? Say, Allah is the creator of all things, and He is the one, the all dominant. He sent down water from the heavens, so the canals flowed according to their capacity, and the flood carried bulging scum. And a similar scum comes up from what they melt in the fire, to obtain ornaments or other objects. This is how Allah depicts the truth and the untruth. As for the scum, it goes to be thrown away, while that which benefits people remains on the earth. This is how Allah brings out the parables. For those who obey their Lord, there is the best of rewards. And those who do not obey him shall be in such a plight that, even if they possess all that is on earth, rather twice as much, they would offer it in ransom to redeem themselves from the punishment. For these, there is the worst of reckoning, and their abode is hell, which is an evil bed to rest. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah khairan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Please also see that the Beacon House Newlands grade 9 students, Oj Adil, Moeed Amjad, Sana Murad, Salar Siddiqui will be along with us and they will be singing along in sign language. This symbol of the crescent and the star, let it be a symbol of our excellence and our commitment to the homeland, to Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look for inspiration, we'll find it all around us. But the event that you're here at, the inauguration that you're attending, is no less than an inspiration. It's that healthy dose of motivation of going beyond the mundane challenges of life, leaving the mechanics behind and trying to put our imaginations to better use. For the last 22 years, we have been hosting the School of Tomorrow events, and Beacon House has advocated for the rights of children and young people to be active participants in their learning and be viewed as the guardians of future. We often mistake and we assume that we have inherited this world from our ancestors, when the truth is that we are only borrowing it from our children for a little span of time. So it is our responsibility that either we leave it the way it is or we leave it even better. And how we do that, how we put our imaginations together to do it, is exactly what we'll be exploring in the days to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the legacy of celebrating these thought leadership platform is part of the Beacon House ethos. Back in the day, and we know that very soon we'll also be celebrating the World's Children's Day, which has been a celebration, a global celebration since 1954 to promote international togetherness and awareness amongst children. But as alumni, as a Beaconite, this has been part of our learning. This has been part of actually building in us the sense of responsibility, not just towards our community and our country, but the world at large. And that is why today we are proud of our alumni, our humongous network that continues to serve the world in a variety of fields. Ladies and gentlemen, this SOT event invites us all to play a part in seeking answers to difficult questions. Some of these questions are new, some of them have been around forever, some of them are so huge that we assume that perhaps in our lifetimes a solution may not be possible. But let us remind you that some of the challenges we face, in particular, are climate vulnerability, the environmental degradation. We are perhaps the last generation that can do something about it. And if we continue to live the way we do, the way we consume, the way we operate, then no new results can ever be expected. This year's conference has 5 dimensions, and these dimensions will be explored through a series of in-person and hybrid panel discussions, workshops, debates, interviews, and keynote talks, complemented by live celebration of art. The first time ever, the SOT Edition 15 will feature these immersive experiences as Classrooms of Tomorrow, an interactive space on the future of learning curated by Google and the Beacon House EdTech. Coexist or coexist. The future was today. An immersive art experience curated by none other than the phenomenal Rashid Rana and Resham Said and presented by the BNU School of Visual Arts and Design. The 5 dimensions of the conference are an expressive future, an inclusive future, a balanced future, a peaceful future, and of course, the unknown future. I would also take this opportunity to thank our worthy sponsors because this world and our present day challenges remind us that there is no progress, there is no coexisting without collaborations and partnerships. We would like to offer our profound gratitude to UBL for their continued support to the SOT over the past many years. Once again, UBL Bank is our lead sponsor for the 15th edition. Our other key sponsors include My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books Private, and lastly, of course, we'd like to thank all our SOT partners, including Google, BNU, and numerous others who have contributed to the event in innumerable ways. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever we talk about the future, of course, someone has to imagine it. Someone needs to have that clarity of thought, which perceives it, and we are able to share that vision, lead with that conviction. They often say that if you look at the perception of humanity, it's very wide, but it's very shallow. So we have 3 options. Number one, you go with the flow. You flow with the drift. Secondly, you could also be swimming in the opposite direction. That is only going to tire you, not really shift anything. But the pathway the leaders choose is about shifting the drift. And they realize how shallow this drift is. So they choose to stand up. Once they emerge, the horizon opens up, the vision opens up. And that's exactly what our inspiring leader did many years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, our chairperson and the founder of one of the largest privately owned education systems in the world, with a student body of over 315,000, the Beacon House school system has spearheaded the introduction of a progressive, broad-based approach to education and the concept of global citizens. She has made the significant contribution to the transformation of private education in Pakistan and has played a pivotal role in women's empowerment in the country. 62% of Beacon House, nearly 17,855 employees are women. with a high percentage of them being in the upper management cadres. This definitely deserves a huge round of applause. Leading by example, she has been active in promoting women's empowerment through her own organization and has also been an active member of the Women's Action Forum, the WAF. Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri has been recently presented with the honorary Living Legend Award 2022 by the Sustainable Development Policy Institute, popularly known as the SDBI, in recognition of her invaluable contribution towards the development of the education sector in Pakistan. She has also received the Sitara Isar Award from the Government of Pakistan in 2006 for her philanthropic and humanitarian contributions. She was also in 2012, she's received the Women Power 100 Award in London. She also received the Fatma Jinnah Awards 2014 in recognition of her services in the field of social sector entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, a teacher to many, an inspiration to many, and of course, our beloved chairperson of the network. Please join me in welcoming the chairperson herself, Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, for her address.
Got my water there. Thank you. Hmm? Yeah, I'll just keep it here then. Thank you. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to extend a special welcome to all the speakers and moderators whose presence is a source of strength and inspiration to this event. I sincerely hope that all of you who attend this conference take away something of value. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important occasion for me for several reasons. It's important, of course, because it marks the 47th anniversary of Beacon House. So we are only 3 years away from being 50 years old. That'll be fantastic, but we are 47 today. It reflects our commitment to the continued growth and development of education because it provides an important opportunity to connect our past with our future aspirations, and also because we feel that the school of tomorrow is a school for everyone, irrespective of their social status, as it will provide a learning platform that can be accessed by all. This will be the 15th edition of the SOT event series, our continuing mission to reimagine the future of humanity. Since 2000, SOT conferences have featured over 500 thought leaders and trailblazers from across the world, including heads of state, prime ministers, and heads of major global organizations. It has also grown in scope and influence, having featured a number of physical events in Pakistan and Malaysia, as well as virtual events catering to global audiences during the COVID pandemic. In our latest event, Beacon House celebrates children's rights and aims to translate their aspirations into building a better world for themselves and future generations. We advocate for the rights of children and young people to be active participants in their learning and to be viewed as guardians of the future, the next generation of mentors and leaders within their families, communities, and nations. The SOT 15th conference aims to empower and listen to the voices of today's children and young people through 5 broad and overlapping dimensions. These dimensions include an expressive future with a focus on arts and culture, an inclusive future which explores the principle of an inclusive society, a balanced future which analyzes our impact and environment footprint on the world. A peaceful future, which examines the requirement for a peaceful life, and an unknown future, which seeks to investigate future trends in technology and artificial intelligence. The event is complemented by Classroom Tomorrow, an interactive experience on the future of learning curated by Google and Beacon House EdTech. Coexist, Coexit. The future was today, an immersive art experience curated by Rashid Rana and Risham Sayyed, presented by the BNU School of Visual Arts and Design. I don't see Rashid Rana and Risham Sayyed. Are they there? Where are they? Hiding? Okay. All the three stands are so crucial that I think there could easily be an independent conference on each one of them. But because of paucity of time, we have tried our best to cover each one of them as best as possible. I'm sure you will find many interesting sessions under each dimension. These conferences are very important in developing in people the ability to think of future trends today and to prepare the young people for the challenges that lie ahead. We don't always want to be followers, and if we all think collectively, we should be able to pave our path in a way that is fit for the future. We want what in the decades to come, we in Pakistan may also become leaders in bringing about changes that prepare young people for tomorrow. It takes courage and foresight to be a pioneer. Let us look forward and not dwell on the past. There is an understandable tendency to make future plans based on past experiences and to model the way forward based on that. Needless to say, that is not terribly progressive and it always keep us looking back. Torrential monsoons have triggered the most severe flooding in Pakistan's recent history, washing away villages and leaving millions of children in need of immediate life-saving support and at increased risk of waterborne diseases, drowning and malnutrition. Hundreds and thousands of homes, many public health facilities, water systems and schools have been destroyed or damaged. The devastating monsoon rains and floods in Pakistan once again focus on the global environmental emergency of a changing climate. Throughout this event, we will be addressing the climate crisis which the youth and the whole of Pakistan face along with a number of other developing countries around the world. It's a challenge which we did not think of, which we did not imagine when we were children, but our children and our grandchildren are now facing that challenge and they will have to learn to deal with it. Just a short recap for those of you who may not be here, who may be here for the first time and not familiar with Beacon House. We opened our doors to students on the 4th of November 1975 as Les Anges Montessori Academy with 19 toddlers. One of them is grown up and sitting right here. Since then, we have grown into an international network of private schools, imparting distinctive and meaningful learning to students all the way from birth, through its partnership in Pakistan with Jamboree Play and Music, to post-graduation through Concordia Colleges and Beacon House National University, to distinct and instinctive divisions across multiple destinations, including Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Oman, the UAE, Pakistan, and Belgium. It caters to the education and training needs of a large and diverse group of individuals of varying ages, socioeconomic backgrounds, and nationalities. With its activities also extending beyond education, we have Beacon House Schools. There is TNS Beacon House, where project-based learning is the hallmark of its progressive educational experience. There's also Beacon House Newlands. You sit in the first Beacon House Newlands school today, a new school which offers blending learning experience opportunities with an extended day and a very extensive sports program. The largest number of students is, however, enrolled in the educators, our franchise network. Our latest initiative, United Charter Schools, which is driven by the belief that every child is entitled to a quality education, was launched in October 2020 and has been very well received. Beacon House pioneered the advent of private sector education you witness today. It may come to you as a surprise to know that 40% of primary school-going children are being educated in private schools. Private schools not just Beacon House type private schools, but there are private schools who charge 500 rupees a month and 1,000 rupees a month. They're also private schools, they're not state sector schools. So 40% of the primary school going children go to private schools, which come as a surprise to a lot of people. What would have happened to these children if there were no private schools? Today, these schools are as good as any in the developed world and are also the largest providers of, Debbie, this got stuck together, did it? Yeah. Providers of job opportunities to educated youth, especially women, for whom teaching is a favored profession. The Beacon House Group today has a strength of 315,000 students. We have today graduated 233,663 students from Matric, IDBP, and ONA levels. Can I have my water, please? Our results have always been a source of delight as students secure the very highest grades and are able to secure admissions. So, universities in the world. It's a matter of great pride to see our students serving their country as useful members of society in many different walks of life. We now also have the children of our alumni joining our schools in various capacities, mostly teachers, which makes us proud. A number of speakers today are also Beacon House alumni. Beacon House provides career guidance to students and also helps with college placements. We have been exceptionally successful in helping students gain admission into some of the best universities in the world. In the last 3 years, we were able to secure scholarships to the tune of 80 billion in PKR. If you have a calculator, you can calculate the dollars. But this is talking about 3 years ago when the dollar was still not 200 and something, I think. But even this year, we had a lot of scholarships. They've gone to 15,400 university acceptances. They say money saved is money earned. We are not exporters, but these scholarships represent a considerable saving of foreign exchange, which would have otherwise gone out of the national exchequer. Beacon House has always been a strong advocate of social responsibility and is committed to providing public and community service through a series of wide-ranging activities. Beacon House stands firm in providing assistance and help to the wider community as well in times of natural disaster. This year, MAK Welfare Trust donated 40 million to assist flood-affected families. We collaborated with Akhwat Foundation. Collaborated with Akhwat Foundation to help flood-affected people by distributing 2,000 ration bags worth 10 million. In addition, a contribution of 5 million was made for the long-term rehabilitation of the affected areas. Through its sister concerns, Premier PDLC, MAK Welfare Trust also provided shelter to 400 families at a government-adopted school in Kolabjal, Sindh, along with food supplies and basic healthcare facilities for a month. An amount of 10 million is being deposited in the government flood fund. In various projects with the government of KP, AJK, Sindh and Punjab, we have trained approximately 132,000 teachers and school leaders and have assessed over 353,000 students. In addition, we have developed a community mobilization strategy policy document, developed 102 customized training modules and teaching aids, and provide ECC kits to 280 schools in AJK and Sindh. Beacon House continues to work in collaboration with NGOs to provide teacher training and to initiate capacity building programs in public and not-for-profit schools. When the science fiction writer Neil Stephenson first coined the term metaverse in 1992, it seemed a long way off. However, the internet has evolved over the years, and the outcome of this evolution is the metaverse, which has already shaken the world with new ideas and possibilities. The majority of us cannot imagine a virtual world in which people live, work, shop, and interact with others, all from the comfort of their couch in the physical world. Sounds like we're all going to put on a lot of weight if you're going to all work from the couch. The majority of tech futurists with an interest in the metaverse say that the world today is still in the Iron Age. We exist in a time when a significant change in the history of humanity is taking place, and our real lives are bound to spill over to the metaverse. In short, metaverse will significantly alter our lives. Tech giants are continuously investing their time and money to become market leaders in the world of metaverse. In the future, we'll see the metaverse providing immersive, engaging learning in many different situations. Children can already take lessons by transporting themselves to different places and at different times using immersive VR and AR technology. The metaverse will also transform the way we create new things. Engineers, entrepreneurs, and creators are already using digital twins, virtual replicas of objects. The potentially disruptive qualities of metaverse are illustrative of how the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution will rightly transform how humans work, entertain, conduct business, and socialize. The scale of this disruption means that policymakers need to adopt a proactive approach to in thinking about how these technologies are likely to change our lives rather than attempting to address harm once they start experiencing them. This SOT event provides opportunities for us to explore and examine what the world would like be with the advent of metaverse. Ladies and gentlemen, it's taken many months of dedicated work and commitment to make this event a reality. A very large number of our talented and hard-working staff has been working long hours. It's not possible to thank everybody by name, but allow me to say a very warm thank you to all of you for your hard work. Before I end, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors of the event, without whom this event would not have been possible. Thank you very much, United Bank, lead sponsor, My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books, PTCL, and lastly, we also thank our SOT partner, including Google, BNU, and numerous others who have contributed to the event in innumerable ways. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here this afternoon, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, how do we become guardians of the future? Of course, this is calling upon the younger adults and the children, but all of us, if we put our mind to that question, philosophically speaking, the future is fluid, unknown, not really within the grasp or the vision. How do we guard it? I can only say that the only way to move forward in life would be either with a bruised heart or a boxed heart. That's the choice we are making. And in order to live up to this responsibility and take it up to be the guardians of the future, we must be willing to bruise our hearts. The risk is that, yes, you'll be passionate, yes, you'll move forward, you might make mistakes, but there is always the great chance of winning the game. And this won't happen if we don't take everyone with us. So it's extremely important to be inclusive as well. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time in the country and the world where we all seem to be angry, we don't want to listen to each other, we are polarized, we assume that we are right, and when I am right, that means the other person's wrong. How do we become inclusive? And this is not limited to just gender inclusivity. This is just not included people with special abilities, but of course, the whole spectrum of neurodiversity, of geographic and ethnic backgrounds, of differences that we may not even know of yet, but perhaps are opening our hearts and our minds to imagine possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker at the inauguration event of the School of Tomorrow Guardians of the Future, the 15th edition, is someone who's an expert on the matter. He's the CEO of Inclusion Expert and the chair of the International Forums of Inclusion Practitioners, which has representation in 105 countries. He's the founder of the Global Inclusive Teaching Initiative, a consultant and advisor to over 10,000 schools, regional and national governments, as well as UNESCO, UN, and the EU. He has authored 3 best-selling books, and the latest being The Inclusive Classroom, which has been trending on Amazon as the #1 education book of the year. And much to my surprise, he's confessed that he read his first ever book at the age of 18. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also authored 90 articles and is a successful master's program in inclusive educational leadership for hundreds of students at the University of Buckingham. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Mr. Daniel Sobel.
Oh, right, yeah. Just give me 5 minutes on that. Yeah. Thank you. Right, hello everybody. Thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be in, it's a long way down, in Pakistan. My 6-year-old said, "Where are you going, Daddy?" I said, "I'm going to Pakistan." He said, "Are you going to play cricket?" Yeah. I said, "No, I'm just going to help." And of course, I arrived yesterday, and Pakistan beat South Africa, and you're welcome. Thank you very much. My 9-year-old says, "What are you gonna speak about?" I said, "Well, it's called the Guardians of the Future." He said, "Is that a Marvel event? The Guardians of the Galaxy, you know?" I said, yes, I'm going to do that. Anyway, it's a real honor and a pleasure to be here. And never has someone so unimportant been photographed so much. But I'll just do a quick pose. Okay, it's like paparazzi. So I'm just going to give you a little background to my story, which has informed the rest of my career. So and then my plan is to sort of share with you some of the ideas of making inclusion work over about 10,000 schools. Common questions, the challenges, the issues. So I grew up in Birmingham, and you know, I've never said this. I grew up in a poor part of Birmingham, and either side of me, there were 2 poor immigrant families from Pakistan. My next door neighbors were Azar, Mazar, and Shazar. And are they common names in Pakistan? Yeah. I would climb over to their fence and eat Pakistani food. That's how I grew up. I grew up in a poorer side of England. It's not the same as the poorer side of Asia or South Asia. It's different, but nonetheless, it was a poor background. And I didn't complete school. I didn't get any. We do A-levels in England. I didn't finish school with any A-levels. I had undiagnosed SEN, special educational needs, and now firmly diagnosed. I'm very proud to be ADHD. But let me just tell you something about this, actually. Not everybody knows. ADHD is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So some people think ADHD is just all about children being hyperactive and moving a lot, right? You must have seen that as teachers. So what's going on is there's a sort of lack of dopamine in the brain. And I keep thinking I'm going to fall off. A lack of dopamine in the brain. And so one of the ways that you can get your dopamine hit is by moving, and it releases a sort of dopamine. It's very sensible. But there is another way of doing it, which is the ADHD, which I have, is inattentive ADHD, where you can get your dopamine from eating food, which, as far as I'm concerned, is a far superior way of. But unfortunately, it is comorbid with. Now, I must tell you something, actually. I was going to tell you my background. I do tend to forget what I'm talking about, which is not great as a keynote speaker, but people still asking me back. My background. Oh, yeah, so I ended up finishing school without any A-levels. I read a book when I was 18. You reminded me of that. That was a good book. I discovered learning, and eventually I managed to wangle my way onto a master's in education psychology. And I did a master's in psychotherapy and a doctorate in education. And I started teaching and became an inclusion lead. It's called a Senko in England. And I innovated various practices. And I won some awards, and I got asked by the Department for Education to advise them in England. And I wrote a series for the Guardian newspaper in England on it. And then eventually I decided to try and help and support schools in inclusion. And so over the years, it's just evolved into an organization which has worked with many thousands of schools, and we're in now 120 countries, and we support UNESCO and well. Thank you. There's something which I don't normally say, which I was reflecting on today, is that I don't know anyone here who may or may not have studied psychology, but at higher levels, you have to do research skills, and statistical analysis is one of the things you have to study. So I studied statistical analysis at the Institute of Education in London, at UCL, and I came top in the class. Now, just about 8 years prior to that, at the age of 16, I'd taken maths GCSE. Do you do GCSEs in your schools? Yes. I should have found out beforehand, but I'm not very prepared. But I'd failed that 3 times. Tried, failed, tried, failed. Couldn't do it. So why, when I did my master's 10 years later, did I come top in the class? What had changed? I can promise you I hadn't done any maths. The thing, I could ask you to guess, but it's difficult to interact with the audience. Let me cut to the chase. The issue was that I'd grown up thinking that I was not good enough, I was incapable, and I simply couldn't. By the time I reached the master's level, and I was doing my statistical analysis in the maths, I genuinely thought I was the cleverest person in the room. And that arrogance has subsided. But that power of self-belief is what I brought into that program. Most of what special educational needs has meant in the world of education is we're talking about the children who can't, yeah? And I want to say today that actually those children can. Let's roll that video if we can. It's just a minute-long video.
Well, there'll be a lot of limitations.
Are you sure about that?
They tend to do well performing only the simplest of tasks.
I am a lobbyist on Capitol Hill.
A regular life with lasting relationships.
We've been together for 14 years.
Their cognitive ceiling limits their ability to work.
I own a business.
Low muscle tone prevents any possibility of achievement in sports. I wouldn't expect much.
I was on an Emmy-winning show.
It's a stretch for them to live past their 50th birthday. To be blunt with you, it's a lifetime of limitations.
Your limitations.
Not mine. Not mine.
Not mine.
Not
Mine.
Thank you. you can thank Saatchi and Saatchi for that. I had nothing to do with it, but I hope the point is fairly obvious. The young people who I've met with Down syndrome, who've gone on to do a university degree, they didn't themselves, purely on their own, decide, I'm going to do a university degree. They were surrounded by not just family, but by teachers who believed in them. I'll tell you a very interesting piece of research that a friend of mine did. I call her a friend, but I don't know if she'd call me a friend. But she's a professor of speech and language in the City University in London. And she did two completely the same piece of research, really, in two different environments. One was in a college in Oxford, and they looked at the maths department. And she tried to work out what prevalence, how much special educational needs she could identify in that Oxford Maths Department college. And she found out, what would you guess? Anyone? It was about in the high 80s, just under 90%, had some kind of speech and language issues, autistic spectrum, and so on. She did exactly the same piece of research in one of London's famous prisons. And she found exactly the same statistics, approximately high 80s, prevalence of speech and language issues and special educational needs. What you find in the world of inclusion is a K-curve. It's not that all children with special educational needs don't do well. What you actually see is a K-curve. The people who are at the very top of the creative industries, of tech, in fact, probably anyone who's invented, I've just seen my picture from 12 years ago, nothing like that. Tech that we use, the telephones that you use, the cars that have been designed, everything that you use in your life was probably created by people with special educational needs. I mean, I'm talking about people who are so brilliant, who are really at the top end of human endeavor. And they aren't your typical students. They're your atypical students. They are what I would describe as neurodivergent. Well, there's this word neurodivergence. I gave a talk the other day in a different country, and somebody asked at the end, by the way, what's neurodivergent? I better explain it. It just means that people with a slightly different brain wiring. You've probably all heard of dyslexia, dyspraxia, ADHD, autism, and so on and so forth. These things is what we call divergence, neurodivergence. What I'm saying to you is we live in a neurodivergent world, and we neurodivergents allow the neurotypicals to live amongst us, at least for now. But all of the modern world, the modern technology, the most amazing things that human endeavor has achieved have been with people who think differently. I want to share with you the most common question. I've got notes over here because with being ADHD, I tend to forget what I'm talking about. So I'm just making a note. I want to tell you the most common question which we've received from schools, mainly in England, but all over the world. The question goes like this. We've identified a group of students who are behind in their mathematics. It's very often maths. It's not always maths, but very often. And very often it's a group of boys. What can we do to give this group of boys, very often a group of boys, a boost in their maths learning? What could we do? And we'd like to do it at break times and lunch times because that's the only time we have to do it. And by means of an example, I remember a story that happened in Sheffield, in the city of London, the city of Sheffield in England, which is very hilly up and down. And it had there was a group, we were asked this question, and I went and spoke to the group of boys, and this one boy told me as follows. He said, the reason why I'm behind in my maths is because I'm getting to school really late every day. Well, why are you getting to school late? I said, well, it's because he's helping his two siblings, his brother and sister, who have profound, multiple, complex needs, to get onto their special needs bus in the morning. So therefore, he's missing his own school bus, and he's getting to school late. Now, What would we be doing if we gave this boy extra maths at break times and lunch times? And the real answer is, I think, is that we'd be taking away that vital time that he has to be a child. At home, he's helping, he's becoming like an adult. He's called adultified. He's become like an adult at home. And the only time he has to mix with peers like a child is at home. And the other thing is that he may well think that, hang on, I'm no good at maths, I'm kind of being punished with the maths, and it will give a negative impact on his feeling towards maths. So in the end, what I decided to do was to buy him a bike. And I'm not suggesting that we should buy everybody a bike. The reason why we bought him a bike is just so that he could get to school on time. It's a simple solution to a problem. This outlines. I published this article in the Guardian newspaper in England to demonstrate where most of the questions around inclusion fall down. The questions usually are, look, we have these students, they're behind, what can we do to boost them? And they try and take an off-the-shelf solution. And my suggestion is that actually the best solutions that exist are personalized, individualized to the individual child. One is called hard data, the grades, the assessments. The other is the story that sits behind it. There was a head teacher that wrote to me, said, so inspired by your story, I decided to buy 40 bikes for my school, and I hope you can realize how stupid that is. I'm not suggesting anyone buys bikes for children. There was an interesting, the equivalent story was of the group of children who were from a very poor area of inner city Blackpool in England. I'm sorry, these England references, just so happened that my experiences are mainly there. And in this particular school, the group of boys hated maths so much they wouldn't want to touch it with a barge pole. They just didn't want anything to do with it. And so the idea of then giving them extra maths at lunchtime just seemed like a crazy idea. So what we decided to do was to take these boys who'd never left inner city Blackpool before. We took them camping into a nearby Lake District, and just for 2 nights. And it wasn't me who took them camping, it was the maths teachers who took them camping. Because actually the real issue was the relationship between teachers and students. And again, I'm not suggesting that everybody here goes off and does camping, unless you want to. I'm going to highly recommend it. But that isn't the intention. The intention is to say, well, what was the real issue, and deal with that. And that's where the big trick to most inclusion things lie. This also, of course, opens the door to one of the biggest issues with inclusion, is that it's rooted in relationships, positive relationships between teachers and children. It reminds me of a head teacher I met. I had lunch with just as he was retiring, and he told me about a trick he did. He just started at a school. Children in this school were age 11 to 18. He was a new head teacher, and he brought into the school, it was in the early 1980s, he brought into the school results. He said, these are the results which all of these children are expected to achieve by the end of the year. And so the teachers received them. These new children had just arrived into the school. They'd never seen these children before, and they could see, oh, this child here is meant to get a grade A, and this child here is meant to get a grade C, and so on. And about 85% of those children achieved those results. At the end of the year, he told the teachers that he had completely randomized those results. Can you see how what this is saying, as with the video, that we as teachers bring in our attitudes and limitations as to what children can and can't achieve? The starting point and the journey, really, of inclusion begins with us, not with the children. It's with the limitations that we impose on the children. I should give a private school example, I think, of this very story. I went and looked at a particular maths class. I keep mentioning maths, poor maths. I think maths is very, very good. But a particular example was in this private school, and they said they've got a real problem with the maths in this particular class. I looked at it and I realized it had nothing to do with maths at all. It had to do with speech and language issues. I don't know if you know, but the language of maths is very complicated. For example, the word multiplication is a long word. It's a complex word. And actually, the issue was about speech and language, not mathematical computation. And so what we decided to do was to get a speech and language therapist to work with the teachers for just 2 or 3 sessions, and it changed how they did their work. I'm looking at what I'm talking about next. Here we go, pre and over learning. Imagine the following. I saw 2 different classes in 2 different schools doing the same subject, the same book. It was English. And I think they were doing the book Frankenstein. And I go into the one class, I'm looking at what's happening here. And this is what happened. They'd identified 5 students who were behind in their reading. So they took the students out with a teaching assistant along the corridor, sat down at a computer, this is a computer screen, and did work for about 20 minutes on a reading booster program, and eventually came back to the class. And they did that. I think there were like 3 literature lessons a week, something like that, and that's how they did it. Let's compare that with exactly the same week, different school, also doing Frankenstein, and instead of withdrawing the students, there are 5 students with reading age gap. And what they decided to do was this. A teaching assistant sat with the students, and actually it doesn't have to be a teaching assistant, it could be a teacher, sat with the students and said, right, here's where we're up to in the story. Here's some key words that are going to emerge in this lesson you need to know. Here's a question the teacher is going to ask and an answer that you can give. And here is a question that you could ask. If we were having a discussion, I would ask you, which of these 2 different approaches, this is about identifying the students, withdrawing them, doing an intervention, and bringing them back into the class 20 minutes later. This is spending about 2 minutes maximum sitting with a group of students at the beginning of the lesson, and at the end of the lesson, maybe spending about a minute saying this is what we covered. Now, my question to you, and this would be an interesting workshop-style discussion, is which of these had better outcomes at the end of the year? Well, pretty much everybody guesses that it's the second one. Pretty much all of the inclusion way of thinking in schools all over the world is based on the first one. But I'm going to highlight the advantages here, because we think that inclusion is just a lack of skill. So bring them out, do the skill, and off you go. We don't find that in reality. Over here, what was going on was something really powerful, something bigger than a specific skill. Of course, they're getting skills. And by the way, I would hope that all lessons are as an opportunity to learn lots of skills. So why withdraw them from the lesson? Here, what we had was something at the heart of inclusion, which is a sense of belonging. They belonged here. I was on this panel. I shouldn't have been there. It's the kind of thing you should have been there, Maggie. Sorry to embarrass you. But it was one of those sort of like, what we're going to do with gang crime. What can we do with gang crime prevention? And so I stood up and said, I don't know anything about gangs. I don't know anything about crime. I'd love to, if anyone can teach me. But let me ask you one question. Is it possible to make our classrooms a place of belonging more than the gang is? The gang, they don't feel that they're stupid. They don't feel like, oh, thank you. Thank you. Still interested in learning about crime. About the gang is, so, they don't feel stupid. They feel like they've got a way of earning money. They can hang out with their friends. They're not told what they can't do all the time. Over here, in this approach, this is all about saying, you belong here with us. This is inclusion, when we are together. And I hope that through the various different stories that I'm saying, that you don't get the misunderstanding that inclusion requires more money, more time, more stress, because I think that this approach here does cost more money than that approach. This does cost more time than this approach. don't get me wrong, there are certain times where we need to withdraw students, especially for social, emotional, mental health support. I would agree with that. But over here, what we're trying to do is to promote a sense of, I can, you can. That is inclusion. I have to keep looking what I'm talking about. Do you think I can sit on a chair? How long have I got left? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Do you want to hear a story? Just say yes. I'm sat opposite a child in a head teacher's office. The child is about to be excluded for being very, very, very naughty. I won't go into details. I don't do this kind of conversation anymore. He and I are looking at each other. He's looking at me. I'm looking at him. At this time, he's had enough of me. He just thinks, he's looking at me thinking, you fat, eccentric, weird person, I hate you. And I'm looking at him thinking, I haven't been able to break through to this child. And I don't know this child. I was just speaking to the head teacher, but the head teacher was desperate for me to try and help this child. My final question was the right, wrong question. I said, are you interested in football? I don't know anything about football, but he said to me, yeah, I support Manchester United. And I said, is that the local team, is it? We were nowhere near Manchester. And he said, no, that was a team that my father supported. You know, in that moment, I realized there was something going on here. There was a bereavement that hadn't been acknowledged or addressed. He was a boy of 14. His dad had died when he was 9. And sometimes with bereavement, it freezes you in time. It freezes you in space. And he was acting like a 9-year-old in a 14-year-old environment. I said to him, have you ever been to a football match? He comes from a very poor home. He said, no. I said, would you like to go and see Man United? All of a sudden, I'm not quite as fat and eccentric as he originally thought. He sat up and, listen, long story short, we managed to get a ticket for him. It was free. They said they'd give one for free. They also gave one for mum, and the school paid for a bus journey to take him to the football ground. We got him some emotional support, but we focused on this sense of belonging and encouraging the teachers to shift from being, you are causing distress, to you are a child in distress. And therefore, I can have compassion and understanding for you. I want to leave you with 4 words. We've talked about the idea of self-belief. And through the self-belief is something that we as teachers can nurture with our attitude. We carry the attitude and we give the belief to the child, in the child. That doesn't cost money. That doesn't cost time. That costs compassion and love. Through that is delivered through this relationship. A relationship that's built on positivity, not on how wonderful the teacher is, but actually on how wonderful the child is. And finally, this sense of beautiful belonging that we can create. It doesn't take time, it doesn't take stress, it doesn't take money. And you know what you'll end up with is nurturing the greatest minds of the future. They'll be in your classroom. The dyslexics, the ADHDs, the autistics, the entire happy family. And you'll know that you've arrived at an inclusive school when you no longer have to even ask the question, and you no longer have to even think, are we inclusive or not? Because we just are. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mr. Daniel Sobel. They say no matter which direction the wind blows, you can always adjust your sails to reach your destination. It's the fine tuning, it's in the details where all the craft and all the magic is. And our speakers today have yet again spoken about the legacy and also the way forward. So, moving ahead, we have a fantastic panel discussion for you, full of people, a panel which is very esteemed, very diverse, very inclusive, if I may say. And at the same time, it takes a preview of what we are trying to do in the next 2 days, setting the direction, setting the stage for not just this conference, this event, but also what is to come in the years that are ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is themed as Setting Directions for a World of Tomorrow, how this tomorrow is going to be. And as they say, the best way to predict the future is to create one. So let's carry on and start collecting these insights and experiences that will really pave our way forward. For this, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming this fantastic panel. This is going to be moderated by none other than our chair of the School of Tomorrow and the CEO of the Beacon House School System. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Qasim Kasuri. And now, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our power-packed panel. Please give it up for Cynthia Gaia, Dr. John Siraj Blatchford, Rashid Rana, and Dr. Faisal Khan.
Cardless. Sorry, Qasim sir. Okay, I think that's better. Acha ji, good afternoon. Welcome to the 15th edition of SOT events. So I am really glad to have all of you here today and welcome to my distinguished panel. I know that we are going through a slightly challenging situation, so your presence means a great deal to me and to all of us at Beacon House. So thank you once again. Um, so our panel discussion today is called Setting Directions for a World of Tomorrow, but actually what we are going to try to attempt is to set directions for this event, for the School of Tomorrow edition 15, Guardians of the Future, which in turn we hope will help to set directions for a world of tomorrow. The objective of the panel discussion today is primarily to make sure that we talk a little bit with through this distinguished panel that I'm fortunate enough to have, about some of the key themes and dimensions of the conference. I will introduce the panelists in a minute, in case they're wondering. But first, I just want to say one thing about the SOT, which is a question which often is asked, which is why the SOT? Why do we organize this event um, almost annually? Although over COVID it was online. Now, the reason for that is fairly simple. Beacon House has always been a learning organization. Many of you in this room have been associated with Beacon House for a number of years, and you will hopefully agree that continuous professional development is a hallmark of Beacon House. Um, some years ago, we began to also feel that we bear a really heavy burden, a heavy responsibility, because the lives of hundreds of thousands of children depend on decisions that we make as educators on a daily basis. And so we felt, and we continue to feel that it is our responsibility to ensure that we are creating an enabling environment which offers the best practices, which will help to ensure that we are not preparing children for a world that no longer exists, or certainly one that will no longer exist by the time they enter the workforce. So, um, over the years, there have been many tangible and intangible outcomes of the SOT conference. So, we have made many changes to the direction of the organization. There have been certain projects that have come out of the SOT, and then a lot of other changes, which I suppose will take a long time if I get into the details, but it's mainly been about our approach to teaching and learning. In this particular event, I'm really happy to mention that we've also tried to include as many guardians of the future, as in young people, young students, because it would be kind of pointless having conversations about their future without including them. Admittedly, we don't have one on this panel. Um, but you'll see that in many panels we will hear from young people. We'll try to better understand what their aspirations are. The 5 key dimensions of the SOT have already been highlighted in the chairperson's speech and through Sidra, our wonderful host. These 5 dimensions, or you can think of them as aspirations, at least the first 4, are an inclusive future, a balanced future, an expressive future, and a peaceful future. And I'm hoping that today, during this panel discussion, we can talk a little bit more about some of those dimensions so that you guys can better understand what we have in store for you over the next couple of days. So I'm going to start off with introducing the panelists. So on the extreme left, we have Dr. Faisal Khan. My left, I guess your right, who Dr. Faisal Khan is a synthetic biologist who works in the biotechnology field, and he also works in AI. Dr. Khan works sort of at the, you could say, at the intersection of big data, biology, and technology. He holds a master's and a doctorate from University of Oxford in cell and systems biology. He was the founding director of the Institute of Integrative Biosciences at Seacoast University in Peshawar. He presently, I believe, leads the Precision Medicine Lab under the National Center for Big Data. He was nominated as a Young Global Leader from Pakistan by the World Economic Forum in 2019 and appointed an advisor to the Minister for Science and Technology in KPK in 2021. Thank you, Dr. Faisal Khan, for being on the panel. We'll hopefully be talking with Dr. Faisal Khan a little bit about the unknown future, which is the dimension of the conference, about AI and the impact of AI on the future of work and careers of young people today. Next to Dr. Faisal Khan is Ms. Cynthia Geyer. Ms. Cynthia Geyer is a dignity advocate. She has a distinguished career in the social development sector. She was the first executive director of the Global Dignity Organization, also an initiative of the World Economic Forum, and one which was co-founded by the Crown Prince of Norway. Prior to Global Dignity, she was Director of External Affairs for a prominent museum in New York City, before which she was the founding director of the Portland Schools Foundation in Oregon. Some of you in the room may know that Beacon House works very closely with the Global Dignity Organization, so we're thrilled to have Cynthia with us on the panel today. And we hope that we'll talk a little bit more about an inclusive future, a different aspect perhaps of an inclusive future, and also of a peaceful future. We want to explore the connection between dignity, compassion, acceptance, and perhaps a peaceful future. We then have Dr. John Siraj Blatchford, who is an inclusion specialist. He works with socioeconomic, cultural, and gender differences, because when we talk of inclusion, we're not just talking of learning differences. There are a lot of other aspects to inclusion. He is an honorary professor at the School of Education, University of Plymouth. He does research in early childhood education and education for sustainable citizenship. John is also the founding director of Schema Play, a company that aims to contribute towards improvement in the learning outcomes of disadvantaged young children, and therefore narrowing the gaps in their learning outcomes. So Dr. John Blatchford is going to help us talk about an inclusive future. Thank you, John, for being here with us today. Finally, last but not least, we have groundbreaking artist Rashid Rana with us. Rashid has been on this panel a couple of times before, I think once in Lahore and once in Karachi, but every time he's on the panel, he adds more feathers to his cap. Rashid is a School of the Dean of the School of Visual Arts at the Beacon House National University, Visual Arts and Design. As I mentioned, he is one of the country's leading artists. Recently, he was celebrated greatly for having designed the exterior of the Pakistan Pavilion at the World Expo 2020 in Dubai. So I guess you guys have heard about that. He also received the Sitara Imtiaz in March 2022, and he has a lot of other awards, which are going to take a long time to mention. But thank you very much, Mr. Rashid Rana, for being on the panel. And we're going to talk with Mr. Rashid Rana about an expressive future, or a more expressive future, because as you know, we are with this increasing kind of obsession that the world seems to have with technology. We believe that it's super important that we need to really continue to build on the expressive arts, because in many senses that's what holds us together as a civilization. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start off with a quick opening question for each panelist, which will also give them an opportunity to give an opening statement. So, Dr. Faisal Khan, we'll start off with you since you're on the far end. So can you explain to us in layman's terms what synthetic biology and biotechnology are, and why you believe they are important for the future of humanity?
Thank you. Total pleasure to be here, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And thank you, Rashid, of course. So we all know that most of the systems that we see in nature are coded for by DNA. DNA is almost like an English word, right? It's not a science word anymore. We all know that some diseases are coded for within the DNA. But there are some things that most of us are not aware of, and they're the following. We have millions and millions of species on planet Earth, the biodiversity, the whole beauty of it. But all of that is coded for by the DNA molecule, which is the same language across all species. So a coronavirus, a cucumber, yourself, me, we are all coded for by the same language. And that's profound. There's the universality out there unites at the bottom as you zoom into the cell. I don't want to go into the philosophy, but that's Let's call it fact number one. Number two, we are all familiar with the advances we see in IT, for example, and that's mostly thanks to Moore's law, the fact that transistors have been developed at a rapid pace throughout the past 20 years. And that's why you just chuck away last year's phone, get a new one, because it's so advanced in 1 year's time that it's almost very slow for your everyday use. It also has a consequence, which is last year's technology gets cheaper so fast that it's democratized at the back. So the faster it develops, the cheaper it goes, and the more accessible it becomes to the masses. But fact number two would be, many people are not aware the equivalent technology in biology, which is DNA sequencing, is 13 times faster than Moore's law. Have you ever heard of something which has reduced in cost over a span of, let's say, 10 years by 3 million times? Nope. That's DNA sequencing. And that's what's revolutionizing how we look at biology, how we look at the life sciences, and how we look at the industry. Because initially people are talking about how do we industrialize biology? How do we get the products out of it? How do we impact? How do we save the planet? Now we're talking about biologizing the industry, because biology is so cross-cutting, and it's become, the technologies behind it are so accessible now that a tectonic shift is underway now. That's fact number two. Number three, biology is digital because you can read the DNA through DNA sequencing, which has gotten cheaper. Literally, they're like text files on your computer. Maybe 5 years down the line, your biology A-level student might not need to step into the biology lab because everything's on the laptop. From a jellyfish to a cow to the frog that he's supposed to dissect, everything's on the laptop in terms of DNA. But that digital format of life has to come into a physical form if you're going to inject it into something, let's say a seed of a plant, to be able to express and give us those details, right? Whatever, let's take the example of insulin, for example. We steal it from one organism, we steal it from humans, we put it in a yeast or a bacteria so it can grow and give us a lot of insulin. So it's basically a human gene, but it's expressed by a yeast gene. So you really need to convert that digital format into a physical one. And for that, we need DNA synthesis. And the news is that that's undergoing an exponential drop in costs as well. So I'll summarize. You can read DNA using a USB stick size of an instrument, cheaper than your iPhone today. I'm not talking about the future yet. And you can easily synthesize those genes that you design from scratch in rupees, like in thousands of rupees. And that's what you do sitting in Peshawar. That's why it's enabled us now. Over the cloud, we place our order. 5 days later, a FedEx guy is there with new novel genetic circuits. So to summarize, synthetic biology is this new age biotech which has put everything on steroids, and I'm not sure whether we all are ready for it. Whether it's on the technical side, on the workforce side, on the school side, for example, are we teaching our biology students enough? We've been talking about digital literacy. We also talk about, let's say, AI literacy, but how about DNA literacy? And serious stuff is expected to happen when this overlaps with AI. And let's say neuroscience, science of the brain in general terms. So for me, that's the biggest unknown there. The overlap of these major technologies, you can even rope in blockchain, for example, which are revolutionizing our lives and our societies on their own, but wait till they start to speak to each other. And my greatest fear is, and I'll stop my comment on that, is whether we are technically ready for it, A, and B, whether we're ready for it as a society. Because the ethical, legal, and social discussions need to be had in the ethics, Islamiyat, whatever classrooms, right? We need to be discussing about these technologies if you really want to participate in their development and also give back to the world in terms of innovation, for example. I also look at it as an innovation, as an opportunity cost. If the developing countries are left out, it's not just a growing disparity which is threatening us, but also an opportunity cost for the global economy. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Obviously, I'd love to talk about the implications of the things that you mentioned, but we'll come to that later. Cynthia, could we ask you to just say a few words on why the Global Dignity Organization was set up and why you believe it matters?
Yeah, can you hear me? Wonderful. I just wanted to say two things to thank Beacon House and Schools of Tomorrow for having me. My parents were actually married in Karachi in 1952 when my father came as a 21-year-old working for the United Nations to open the first office of the UN here in Pakistan. So it's my first trip here and I just feel nostalgic about that. And secondly is the first executive director of Global Dignity, and I'll tell you the story of how it was founded and why we think this work is so powerful and transformational. Beacon House has been a partner of the organization, and I've always admired the learning organization philosophy of Beacon House, and also at the end of the day, what do we want our young people at 17, 18 to know and be able to do? And I just have so much respect that Beacon House, yes, thinks about academics and the core skills that young people need to function in the world today, but also puts a huge premium on values and a worldview that encompasses all the questions that we're talking about at this conference today. Because to repair the world, whether it's the environment or the refugee crisis or disparities in income, inequality, violence and war, it's going to take the next generation to have those values and that commitment to healing the world beyond just the core academic skills. So hats off to all of the work that you all do with 350,000 young people every year. It's just amazing. So yes, we were started, Global Dignity is a nonprofit NGO, started about 15 years ago by 3 young global leaders at the World Economic Forum. You know that they have this very selective young global leaders, of which you are one. About 100 future CEOs, future civil society leaders, future prime ministers who come from all over the world and are put together in sort of like a boot camp or graduate program. And one of the things you must do is, I don't know if they still do this, but find other people that are so unlike you from somewhere very far away and think about doing a capstone project together. So in 2007, the next king of Norway, who's a lovely person, Crown Prince Haakon, got together with a young African-American activist from Los Angeles who had grown up poor and homeless, and a philosopher PhD student from Finland. And the 3 of these young men got together and thought about what they should do for their year-long project together. And people were doing Save the Oceans, people were doing refugee work. 15 years ago, that was becoming a huge concern for leaders all over the world. People were doing gender rights, women's rights. And they sat and had a very long conversation with themselves and other people who were present about what is the one thing that no matter if you're a business leader or a teacher or a school leader or a prime minister, if you understood this way of looking at the world, everything would change. What is this most powerful transformational concept? And they came up with this notion of dignity, which I believe is a word that is used a lot, but we don't often step back and understand what it is in its most simple form. And it's so much of what Daniel was talking about in his remarks about belonging and inclusion. Dignity is really about in your heart, in your soul, that you matter. And that when you look at another, no matter what the color of another's skin or the gender or where they come from, their class background, it is that I respect the dignity of this other person. And it's such a simple idea, but until you really grasp it and embody it, it eludes far too many of us, too many of our young people. And this notion of dignity, they thought, well, it's kind of like intellectual and it's a big idea. Why don't we leave Davos, snowy mountaintop in Switzerland, and go down and find a government school and find second graders, 7-year-olds, and ask them what they think about dignity. And on the way out, they ran into Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who was hanging out with his good friend Richard Branson, because this is what Davos is like. You meet people like this in the hall. And Peter Gabriel, the musician from London, was there. And they said, why don't you come with us to the second grade classroom? We're going to talk about dignity with 7-year-olds. And they were nervous because they thought maybe this is going to go right over their head. But they basically did what our curriculum, now in 80 countries, reaching about 5 million children a year, schools, refugee camps, youth groups, still does today, which is a conversation about when you've been treated with dignity and when your dignity has been violated or humiliated. And 7-year-olds, 5-year-olds can tell you this out of their gut. When they have felt the things that Daniel talked about, that they felt supported, they felt honored for who they are as people, and then there's no stopping them. And when people in their family, people in their community, people in their schools had humiliated them or dissed their dignity, just how crippling that is, how powerful it is, and how you never escape those experiences too. There's researchers at UCLA who basically do brain research and find that the same part of your brain that goes off when you are stabbed with a knife is the same part of your brain when you are hurt, humiliated, when your dignity is violated. So it's a very, dignity is not a value, it is not the same as compassion, it is your birthright. But far too many young people, and I would say people everywhere in the world, do not have that opportunity to find their own voice and their own dignity and their own sense of purpose and agency. So that is really what the work that we do is all about all over the world, and so much resonance with what Daniel talked about, what happens, the power that you unleash in a human being when they decide that they want to honor their own dignity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this is precisely why we feel that dignity is the sort of perfect vehicle or perhaps one way of looking at an inclusive future and a peaceful future. Because in fact, in one of your panels tomorrow, I believe you're talking about the connection between dignity and a peaceful future. So thank you for being here. Dr. John Blatchford, once again, thanks for being here. By the way, guys, I've been told we have to speak into these mics, which I know is a bit awkward because that's how they work. So my opening question to you has actually changed a bit after the keynote speech. And so our keynote, but still fairly straightforward. Our keynote speaker said that over 80% of people, whether at university like Oxford or at a prison, had some form of I think learning difference or special needs. So the question is that then how do we define what is normal and what is not when we're talking of inclusion?
What is normal? Can everyone hear me? Yes? You're throwing that question on me. Okay, what is normal? What is different? We put people into groups, don't we? And we assume that we know what that group is. I know I share with Daniel a real dislike of labeling groups. Talked about dyscalculia and dyslexia and autism as these defined groups of people that are somehow abnormal. Well, I think the best way to understand all these groupings is to think about how great is the diversity. I know a genetic biologist will understand this very well. The diversity within all these groups is greater than the diversity between these groups. Sorry. Do you get that? The diversity within, I'm talking about every group, whether it's an ethnic minority or ethnic majority in your society, whether it's men and women, whether it's autistic people and other people who aren't autistic. Within those groups, the diversity is greater than between those groups. Is this better? Okay. I think a very wise person once said, a map worth having is one with utopia on it. And I think it applies to policies and agendas generally. We ought to think about what is the ideal. And for inclusion, my utopian is universal personalized education. Universal personalized education. An education where every child is catered for according to their particular needs. I first came across the word inclusion and inclusive education when I was a practicing teacher. And it was at a time in the 1980s when in England we were closing a lot of our special educational schools. And those children were going into mainstream schooling. And I was trained to deal with that, to be able to cater for those individual needs within my mainstream class. And for many of my colleagues, this was a great shock, a horror for many of them, in fact. It was so difficult. And the strategies we were taught, very much as Daniel was saying there, was to begin the lesson with an organization of what it is we're going to learn and to try to personalize it with those individuals who need personalized help in making it meaningful to them. And then at the end of the lesson, adding something on to pull things together. The psychologist who made those strategies very famous at that time was David Isabel, a developmental psychologist in the USA. And he was asked once, if psychology, if I ask you, what has psychology got to say to education? What do we know from psychology that we can use practically in education? He said the one thing that's more important than anything else that we've learned is you have to start with what the child already knows. You have to build from their prior knowledge. And in that sense, if we think about that, if we think about the truth of that, then we realize that personalized education is inevitable. It's not something that teachers have to give. It's something that only happens if we actually are associating, or what we're talking about is of relevance to the individual child. They only learn what it is that builds on what they already know. So personalization is something to do with how effective we are as educators. That context of learning difficulties was the original context within which I understood the word inclusion. I came to teach in inner city London schools, and one of the things that at that time many teachers talked about, many head teachers, many politicians, was that it was inevitable that the outcomes for children in those schools was low because the number of languages that the children had. We had a great deal of diversity, ethnic diversity and linguistic diversity in London. And it would be inevitable that they would not achieve as well as the ethnic majority children throughout the country. That's not true anymore. London schools are amongst the best in the whole of the UK, because it was never true that language is actually a disability in schools. It was to do with the expectations that the teachers had and the aspirations in many cases that the children had as well. But migrant families to England have very high aspirations. That's why they go to England, because they have very high aspirations for their children. So of course they've proven the educators wrong in the long run. In some subject areas, there's an issue of inclusion with girls. In science, mathematics, in computing studies, even more so. And girls aren't taking up those careers. Psychologists used to say once that that was because that was hardwired for girls not to be able to do that. And what I was saying about the diversity within every group being greater than the diversity between groups, it's totally untrue. If you look at the statistics, the average girl outperforms the average boy in every subject in the UK. So they do better at maths, they do better at physics, they do better. That's the average. The average. And so there is no problem with that. What's normal is neurodiversity. It is the fact that we're all so very different. That's the real norm.
Thank you. Even in Pakistan, I think on average girls outperform boys in pretty much everything, it seems. We'll come back to this in a bit, but first I'd like to ask my opening question to Mr. Rashid Rana. And then after that, we're going to have just a few minutes for a very quick discussion. So Rashid, my question for you is that we've seen recently, all of us have seen how AI, as an artificial intelligence, has managed to create art, which, based on machine learning, and it seems to be, that ability seems to be improving exponentially. So will we even need human artists in the future?
Thank you, Qasim. First of all, there are two things common in 3 editions of SOT. One is my inclusion, and second is something weird happens in the city. So maybe you consider not having me next time. Predicting future, it's a very tricky business. Is it my phone? No. We have seen science fiction from 70s, 60s, Star Trek, and now compare those large switchboards with the sophisticated touch-tone phone we have. So it's whatever we try to predict, it only represents our limitations with which we try to think of our wishes for the future. But we can still have a go at it. My colleague who has co-curated this exhibition that you will see after this panel, which is called Coexist and Co-Exit. The tagline that she came up with is, the future was today. So with the pace, things are changing, especially my generation, which is often referred as Generation X, has seen more changes than any other previous generation. The shift from analog to digital. And we've seen VCR and VHS coming and going and leaving, and as if it never existed. So we carry a lot of anxiety as vis-a-vis how the future looks like. I had this realization very recently. I've been thinking up till now that me and my colleagues at School of Visual Arts think very in a cutting edge way. But I thought that it's actually the anxiety that we carry. Because if you talk to the young ones, they're not worried about the future, or they don't have this, they're not trying to predict it. They're easing into it. So yeah. So regarding the AI, we must not forget that we are the most sophisticated machine on this planet. So it gives me goosebumps when we think that a bunch of machines are gathered here and trying to predict how our future looks like. But anyway, self-discovery is our forte, is our fate, is one of the key things that we do with trying to find our purpose and who we are. So I think it's a legitimate attempt. About the concern whether the art will be relevant or not, art, as we have known in the last 100 years or so, it already doesn't exist. As we know that art is becoming more and more unrecognizable. Anything and everything can be art. So it's really a condition of history which is passing. And since we had this lens for last 100 years or more, we see everything of the past with that lens and call it art, whereas whether they called it art or not, those people did not produce a Sistine Chapel with the intention of creating art. They did not they did not go to a shrine to sing Kavali that people will come to attend a concert. All those creative productions and acts served some sort of function of life in the past. But in the last 100 years or so, we have known creative production in a whole new mode where you produce something for the audience. And I think that era we are passing. We are perhaps departing from that phase. But to answer your question more specifically, the answer is no. Artists and humans will remain relevant. When camera was invented in the mid 1800s, this was probably one of the fear that what would be the role of the artist, because you can now depict the world around you so perfectly. Photography is a so-called perfect illusion, that what are the artists going to do? And we have seen amazing ideas and movements emerging in the last 100 years or more, despite the invention of camera. So I would say this sophisticated machine called human will find other ways, will adapt, will have more exciting things to do when some of the acts will be performed by machine and AI.
I'm sure that's reassuring to all of us in the room, artists or not. But it does take me now back to Faisal. And guys, we have this countdown in front of us which says 10 minutes. So I would request you to keep your answers like literally 30 to 40 seconds if possible. Just keep looking so that we can go through, a couple more questions. So connected to what Rashid was just saying right now, that there will be possibly AI and robots in the future, allowing humans to do more interesting and complex things. But then on the other hand, what about in countries like Pakistan, where the vast majority of our labor force is still unskilled? And we've all seen recently the launch of this Tesla bot, in which Elon Musk claimed, and I quote, that his bot is going to eliminate dangerous, repetitive, and boring tasks. But then could that not lead to a lot of unemployment?
30 seconds. So
45.
I want us to be slightly more grounded. Like, for example, especially as educationists, when you talk about sci-fi, Marvel movies, etc., it's all fun and very exciting and very, unleashes your creativity. But again, we need to be grounded in our realities, because we really want to train the next generation of workforce and also be able to leverage all what we have in economic terms. Unless we are grounded, we won't be able to do that. So when you look at robotics or AI, for example, there are certain limitations, right? For example, imagine you bring a swarm of Elon Musk's robots to Pakistan, or achanak light chali jaye. Like, we have a power cut, right? Like, it's funny for us in our local context, but batteries is a problem. It's a technical challenge. There is a capacity. Even Tesla is trying to grapple with it, right? So, and the other ones, any AI is as good as the input you give in, as good as the data you train it with. So I work in a hospital setting, and I stay away from saying, okay, it's going to replace all the doctors or the radiologists, because we've had algorithms already. I usually say that doctors who use AI are going to replace doctors who don't use it.
As opposed to AI replacing the doctors.
Yeah. So I think, we need to build our sort of framework around it and be able to, in a grounded manner, and be able to deliver on some tasks So we actually learn from it, and we also deliver on, in economic terms, in education terms. But that would be my take on AI in 30 seconds.
I was hoping for a more Terminator 2 kind of answer, but I guess maybe not. But yeah, no, that's also very, very reassuring. Cynthia, again, hopefully quick question. We're talking of technology, we're talking of AI. Do you feel that technology has the potential to be a unifier, or is it just going to widen the gap?
Well, I think it's doing both. I think when Facebook and social media began, we talked about the promise of connecting friends and family and networks. That was the good side. In the revolution in Egypt and Tunisia, Facebook and social media were hugely important in people being able to get together and form networks and get the word out. So it has that potential, but it also has the potential to, you see it on Twitter, you see it everywhere, to incite hate and violence on the other side. So it brings you back to this question of the technology isn't the issue. It is our way of looking at each other and the world and our values and how we use any skill and any technology. So again, back to the importance of helping the next generation and all of us, all of us as adults, to get grounded in what it means to be human, to have a shared sense of our humanity, no matter what the difference of the other is, whether it be religious or ethnic or skin color or borders. We live in a time where you would think, because we have technology and we have solutions to many of the world's problems, why is the world experiencing so much hate and violence, autocratic leaders? What is going on? And it comes back to values, and people said something about the broken heart or the wounded heart. How do we heal our communities, our families, our schools, our societies? How do we elect leaders that lead with a dignity-centered or an inclusive-centered mindset? So I think it just shows that the technology isn't the issue. The technology will be here. It's how we use it and how we look at each other and the work we have to do to repair the world.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely. It's a great response. And of course, I ask you the question because often the view is that technology is just widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots. But yes, you're right. In many respects, it's also, it has also done the opposite. So, John, moving on to yourself.
Yes, you asked the question in the context of a particular group, and it immediately brings to mind a gender agenda. I lived through the introduction of technology in the households, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, all of those things really were introduced into homes during my lifetime. And there was a lot of talk when it was first done that this would liberate women and it would free them from domestic work entirely. Of course it hasn't. They still operate those technologies very much the way they had responsibility for those things before. So, it's not necessarily that the two are going to be connected to a given group. In England at the moment, if we talk about underachievement in schools, the group, the largest number, the largest group, I should say, who underachieve in our schools are ethnic majority boys. And I think a big part of that problem is aspirations. It's whether they have expectations to succeed in school when the people around them, their family, the men in their families in particular, are not providing working role models that do require education, and they don't have that expectation in their lives to succeed in schools. I think that suggests to me that already we've got a problem, that there is structural unemployment in many societies already that means that some occupations are deemed less worthwhile. And we need to deal with that and measure if technology can liberate us from all of those chores, then wonderful. It's not going to solve all our problems, but at least we should enjoy it. And we should prepare our young children to a more creative and expressive future rather than a work future.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. I was going to ask you something slightly similar in terms of technology and inclusion, actually. You may be aware that there's 23 million children in Pakistan who are out of school, as in out of any formal schooling system. Do you feel that perhaps using, and this is a conversation actually we recently had with Google, but I'd like to hear your perspective. Do you feel that there's some way in which they can be included in the formal education system, whether through using technology or not?
I don't know that technology is the answer in this situation because the technology just won't be available in the time span. We're faced, the reason that we have the floods is because of climate change. The world is faced with a huge challenge. The defined and agreed solution globally is convergence and contraction of carbon emissions. And that means that the developed world has a responsibility and a need to reduce its carbon footprint. It caused the problem, not the countries that are the victims of the problem. And that there needs to be a transfer of resources, and resources need to be there in order to get that technology. As far as the delivery on the ground is concerned, I think the answer has to be integration. At the moment, you don't have schools are being used for people to live in, where they're still standing, and many of them are lost. And similar things are happening in Nigeria, in many other parts of the world, and it's likely to increase. We need solutions that deal with that problem, and I think integration is the answer. I think the aid workers that are working on the ground at the moment need to have an educational agenda. They need to have some possibility of working with families and with children to actually make that an educational experience and to deliver education in the context of the disaster itself. Now, WASH in schools, the water, sanitation and hygiene projects around the world provide a model for that. Anganwadis have provided a model for that as well, to integrate the education with other roles. And I think our professionals who are dealing with emergency situations need to have a much better knowledge and understanding of education so that they can support communities in delivering it on the ground immediately.
Thank you very much. I think apparently we're now running on negative time, but I'm just going to take the opportunity to ask Rashi the last question. The chairperson in her speech spoke about the metaverse, so this sort of virtual reality world which a lot of tech companies are bent on creating. What do you think is going to be the role of artists in the metaverse?
As I said earlier, that in the conventional sense, artists may not exist. We have seen in the recent times something that we never predicted until a few decades back, that each one of us will be a photographer, filmmaker, and we can broadcast now something which was considered $1 million thing to broadcast an activity or a match or something. So, so I think in metaverse, we're talking about computer-generated environment where people connect virtually, and virtuality is something I think that's going to be at the front of all technologies, which is going to make a difference, especially in the visual world, and art is connected to the visual world. I believe that virtual is the new real. Until now, we very conveniently call physicality as the reality. So that notion is bound to change forever, perhaps. We have recently, because of COVID, experienced virtual tools of engagement, which perhaps may appear to be in 10 years' time very archaic and very just like remember the dial-up tone internet. It wasn't too long ago. So I think in 10 to 15 years' time, very sophisticated tools of virtual engagement will be there that will change the way we relate to reality, and the boundary is going to be much more blurry, and that's going to be the determine the form and the way creative practices are going to be manifesting.
Thank you very much. And I would even say that in order for this metaverse slash virtual world to be a place that people want to be in, we need artists to make it, look real and feel real.
I think they're already there.
Yeah, they're already there. So yeah.
They led the way.
Great. Faisal, there's one thing which I really want to ask, even though we are out of time, and I would like you to give me a very direct answer since you work in biotechnology, and one of the kind of things which a lot of people in biotech are trying to achieve is life extension, as an exponential life extension for human beings. How, and of course, synthetic biology is the field that underpins it, which is your expertise. So how realistic is that expectation?
So there are two steps to it. You have to slow aging.
Yeah.
Or talk about reversing that. So there are obviously different tangents that everyone's working on, but for it to come together and extend our lives by a few decades, I think there's a long way to go. But we do have breakthroughs, and we don't have time to go into it. But we are kind of beginning to scratch the surface on that. So longevity is the broader sort of term, but in our case, we say slowing the process of aging. That's where you start. And we have a good understanding of it, but we're yet to deploy something which gives us results.
So you're saying there hasn't been any major breakthrough in it yet?
Well, we do understand how it happens, but there's no breakthrough as such for us to be ready to call it longevity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, guys. You wanted to say something?
Just wanted to very quickly say that when we talk about future, one of the limitations that we face, we talk about in terms of the labels that we know from 20th century. We're discussing art separately, science separately, and they may have new crossovers, new labels, new disciplines, which may not be as compartmentalized as we've seen in the 20th century. The other day I was listening to Dr. Faisal, and it seemed to me that one could use tools of scientific knowledge to express creatively. So I just wanted to point out that that's the limitation we do face.
Yeah, and I think when people see your exhibition later, they will actually wonder, is this art or is it technology? So yes, everything is converging. You're absolutely right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are like a few minutes behind schedule. So with this, I would like to conclude this conversation. You will have an opportunity to meet pretty much everybody on this panel over the course of the next couple of days. I know that John and Cynthia are on other panels. Rashid will hopefully be here because he and Risham have co-curated the immersive art show, which I would strongly encourage you to see after this. And I think Faisal might be returning to Peshawar, but that may or may not be possible. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our lead sponsor, UBL. And I truly do want to thank them because it is only through the support of organizations like UBL that we are able to get all of you together and to talk about the future like this. So thank you, UBL. Thanks also to our gold sponsor, My Backpack, and to a number of other sponsors who have made this event possible. Thank you to Google and to BNU for being collaborating partners on the exhibits. And thank you very much to the SOT team for everything that you have done, to the Beacon House head office and everybody who's worked really hard on that event. this event. And of course, thank you to Beacon House Newlands for hosting us. And my my last request to you guys is that please do attend the sessions over the next couple of days. I know that we are going through a time of great excitement politically, but these things happen in Pakistan a lot. I've been trying to reassure our guests from overseas that inshallah everything will be fine. And yeah, we'd love to see all of you in the sessions over the next couple of days. Please also encourage your friends and colleagues to visit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. And look forward to meeting you all over the next couple of days. Shukriya. Khuda Hafiz.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated? We are not done with our inauguration session. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to kindly be seated as we have a very important juncture that we are at. And as we were already speaking about, the first ever class of Beacon House graduated back in 1982. And we take immense pride in the fact that we have educated more than 120,000 plus individuals up till now. These alumni have paved their own path. They are trailblazers, policymakers, and revolutionaries in their own accord. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to present a special award to the Distinguished Alumni Award, which is happening today. 3 of our most distinguished alumni will be receiving this. For this, ladies and gentlemen, may I request the Chief Operating Officer of Beacon House, Mr. Ali Khan, to kindly accompany and escort our distinguished chairperson, Mrs. Kasuri, up on stage to give these away. I think it's very interesting that our keynote speaker, Mr. Daniel, spoke about belonging and how warmth and that feeling that your classroom is where you belong, you are not the odd one out, you're not the naughty students, you're not creating the chaos. You probably may be causing your teachers, and there are many in the audience today, distress, but you are perhaps in distress. So keeping that same spirit going on, ladies and gentlemen, let's announce our first award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Beacon House Chairperson's Award, and we are very happy and privileged to announce it. This is going to Mr. Syed Tajammul Hussain of the Beacon House Garden Town Campus, Lahore, class of 2008. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request his mother, Mrs. Shahina Pervez, to please join us up on stage and receive this award. I'm told we also have a recorded message from Syed Tajammul Hussain, which we'll be playing shortly. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is the coveted Beacon House Chairperson's Award. I think this is by the stroke of luck that we have his mom receiving the award, but perhaps we should have a different category for parents and mothers in special, because they're the ones who make sure we go to school. If it were up to us, we find the 9 a.m. meetings to be too early. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Shahina Pervez receiving this award on behalf of her son, Syed Tajammul Hussain, Beacon House, Garden Town Campus, Lahore, class of 2008. He is the founder and CEO of Love for Data. May we now request to play the message that Tajammul has sent for us.
Honored to receive the first ever Distinguished Beacon House Chairperson Award. Beacon House has been instrumental in my journey and it feels great to be acknowledged by one's institution. I have very fond memories from my Beacon House Gone Down days where my teachers were extremely supportive and gave personal attention to each and every one of us. I would also like to thank Fatima and the Alumni Relations Department for keeping us engaged with our childhood friends. Once again, I'd like to thank Beacon House for their consideration. Truly honored. Assalamu alaikum.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the second of the Beacon House Chairperson's Award, we have an advocate, a human rights and technology lawyer. She is also the Chief Operating Officer and Editor of Courting the Law. Ladies and gentlemen, class of 2006, Beacon House Defense Campus, Lahore. Once again, Miss Anusha Shegan. Congratulations, Anusha. May I request you to please say a few words at the occasion too? Congratulations, Anusha. May I request you to please say a few words? Thank you so much. I'm so incredibly honored to be presented this award today. Sorry, I've been without water for a bit, but I was part of Beacon House for a good decade, from 1996 to 2006. I did my O-levels and A-levels from there. Then I went on to work in human rights because Pakistan was going through a war on terror at that time. And then I diverged into tech law. So I'm currently part of the government's Web3 committee, where we will be coming up with a regulatory framework for Web3 and metaverse technologies. Other than that, I recently been appointed to a government board as well for the Punjab Food Authority, which is a very big deal considering I'm still in my 30s. So that has, that's a moment that has come. Other than that, sorry, I'm just gonna. So I work for a legal publication where we have contributed to a number of laws in the country. And with recognitions like this, I just hope that we continue to get the word across and be motivated to continue the hard work that we're doing. So very, very honored to be here among so many familiar faces who have only enabled and supported me to achieve all my goals that I have been able to for now. So thank you very much. Well, congratulations once again. You definitely are a boss lady, and that's what you see on that award that you're carrying as well. And before Daniel, you think it's age shaming and labeling again. I know BOSS stands for Beacon House Old Student Society, but old is just to say that we are alumni and nothing more. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we have the Distinguished Alumnus, the Alumni Choice Award. I believe that staying true to our values of democracy, this is someone that the students and the old students and your fraternity have actually chosen and voted for. Please welcome from the class of 2013, presently CEO of Saving 9 from the Beacon House Margala campus H8 Islamabad, Mr. Abdullah bin Abbas. Abdullah, may I request you to please say a few words at this occasion?
Thank you, thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Do we have any students in the room currently? Anybody studying right now? I actually requested that maybe we'll have more students here because I really wanted to take this opportunity to talk to the younger generations and maybe share a bit of my story because मैं और सर को भी ये बता रहा था कि I wasn't a class topper. मैं काफ़ी एक नालायक बच्चा था एक ज़माने में. When I was in my A levels 10 years ago, I graduated from my A levels from Beacon House Magala campus, and I had really horrible grades. I was like a social outcast. You name it. I wasn't really doing very well in my life. But Alhamdulillah, over the last 10 years or so, I've been able to successfully achieve all the goals that I set for myself. At that time, thank you. I feel like at that time I was still the same person, but I was doing something that I wasn't meant to do, something that I didn't enjoy doing. So if you're a student and you're struggling, you have bad grades, you have your family eating your head about something, maybe you should consider doing something else that, काफ़ी दफ़ा ऐसे होता है हमें feel होता है कि यार this is something we want, but that's only because our parents expect that from us, and that's been drilled into our heads from the beginning. I was a pre-medical student. I'm still working within healthcare, but I'm working on the policy side. I graduated from Beacon House. I went to NUST. I graduated from among the top 5 students of my class. I got a full scholarship from the National University of Singapore. So Alhamdulillah, that as well as I've led projects in collaboration with entities like Harvard University, Columbia, and USIP. And we have saved a lot of lives and made a huge difference in the lives of the people that we're working with. So if you're a student, if you're a young person that is struggling right now, or if you have friends around you that are probably not doing as well, you have to be there for them and always believe in your dreams. And maybe 10 years from now, you could be here and receiving an award like this. And thank you so much to Beacon House and my career advisors and the teachers I had for setting the foundation of knowledge that I received, as well as the people that I got to meet, and that really changed me as a person and got me where I am today. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those shares. That indeed was very touching. Thank you, Mrs. Kasuri. Thank you, Mr. Ali, for being up here. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our presenters. With this, ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural session comes to a close, but of course we have the exhibits now being open to all of you, and you get to be the first people viewing it. So please do go up ahead and take a look at the classrooms of tomorrow. It's an interactive space on the future of learning curated by Google and the Beacon House EdTech. And also we have the Coexist, Coexit, The Future Was Today, an immersive art experience curated by the wonderful, groundbreaking Rashid Rana and Resham Said, and it is presented by the BNU School of Visual Arts and Design. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish you the next 2 days will allow you to immerse and to open your hearts and open your minds. Our hearts may be bruised, our minds may be shackled right now, but we are hoping that these conversations, these arguments, these debates, and our keynote speakers and workshops will give you an opportunity to imagine a different world. The world that we must prepare for, the world that is ready for us, but it's about us getting ready for it. So ladies and gentlemen, wishing you all the very best for the School of Tomorrow, 15th edition, Guardians of the Future. Let the workshops and the conversations begin.
gentlemen, on behalf of Beacon House School System, I would like to welcome you to Guardians of the Future, the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow event. The non-competition of tomorrow was launched by Beacon House in 2000 as part of its CSR and to help inform the direction of the organization while also engaging in conversation shaping the future of students and society. My name is Sadia Rachid. It is my great pleasure to welcome you today to this live session at the 15th edition of School of
3 rows. Thank you so much. Yes, please. Yes, Sadia.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Beacon House School System, the organizer of School of Tomorrow events, I would like to welcome you to Guardians of the Future 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events. The non-profit School of Tomorrow event series was launched by Beacon House in 2000 as part of its CSR and to help inform the direction of the organization while also engaging global communities in conversations shaping the future of schools and societies. My name is Sadia Rashid. It is my great pleasure to welcome you today to this live session at the 15th edition of School of Tomorrow events. The session starting today is Developing Future Citizens, where subjects come to life. In order to formally start today's event, we would like to thank UBL for its continued support for School of Tomorrow over the past many years. Once again, UBL is our main sponsor for the 15th edition. Other sponsors include My Backpack, MK Books, Paramount Books, and PTCL. Lastly, we also thank Google and the Google team who are here with us today as partners and speakers. Before proceeding any further, I would like to share some important instructions to ensure a smooth execution of the event. Please remember to turn your cell phones on silent. Please note that the emergency exit point is on my right. Most importantly, stay calm and follow the directions as informed. The restrooms for men are on the ground floor and restrooms for ladies are on the first floor. Please tweet or post using the hashtags visible on the screen. Hashtags are Guardians of the Future and SOT 2022. At any time, if you need assistance, ushers are available. Before proceeding any further, I would like to introduce our prestigious guest for today, Mr. Ron Berger. Ron Berger is an acclaimed senior advisor at EL Education and a professor at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. He is an internationally recognized keynote speaker who aims to inspire a commitment to quality, character, and citizenship in students. Mr. Berger has authored several best-selling education books. He received the Autodesk Foundation National Teacher of the Year Award. He has been a public school teacher and master carpenter. And Mrs. Hina Saeed. Mrs. Raun Salim is Manager Professional Development and 2 years. Her of Education and enrolled in postgraduate in education with University College Lahore. Raun shares passion for music and singing. Hina Saeed is a manager professional development and school improvement at Beacon House head office. She is a seasoned academic practitioner with experience of almost 2 decades. She has a postgraduate certificate in personal education from Margin University, UK, and diploma in teaching for Cambridge International University. She has expertise in teaching pedagogies, curriculum, and school operations and improvement. She advocates inclusive education, the power of student-driven learning, and impact of feedback on students' motivation and behavior. Over to the facilitators now.
Yes, please. Ron, can you hear me? This is
I
Raun.
can't. Round,
Yes.
thank you. I can hear you, but the audio on my end is moving in and out. So I hope my audio will
It's
be
all right. We can hear you clearly. So you can start with
great.
the presentation. Yes, we are already here.
Great. Thank you so much, Raum, for inviting me to present. I am so sorry I'm not with you in person. If we were in person, I could meet you all and I wouldn't worry about technology. The audio has been going in and out for me as I've been listening to introductions. And so I hope my audio and my slides and videos will be stable and work for you all. I am
It's
honored
working
to
just
be with
fine.
you.
It's working just fine, Ron.
Great. Thank you, Raum. All right, I will jump in then if that makes sense. Shall I just start?
Yes, please.
Great. So I'm going to try to share my screen and hopefully this will work for you all. Can you see those slides, Ram?
Yes, in a bit. Are you presenting your screen?
I am presenting my screen. It says that I'm sharing, but it's out ahead of time with you seeing it. I wasn't.
It's all right, Ron. We have our media team here, and I'm sure they're going to help you out.
All right. I will. The school
Okay,
schools of
Ron,
tomorrow.
if you
Yes.
like, I do have your presentation. Do you want me to share the presentation and then you can tell me when to move to the next slide, perhaps, if that works for you?
You may have to do that, Ram. It's not ideal, but I think.
All right, all right. Can we have Ron's presentation, please? Yes, the presentation. They are working on it, Ron. We have it just here.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be up in a moment. I must tell you that the theme of the SOT this year is Guardians of the Future. And you must know that the Guardians of Future are with us.
I will.
Yes, Ron. We have your presentation up here. Can you see the screen? Yes. Is Ron able to see the screen too? Yes, Ron. So we have the first slide.
Okay, I cannot see what's on the screen, unfortunately, from where I am. I'm not sure how to access that.
It's all right. Our team is working on it to
I'm not sure.
make it
It will be hard to advance the slides if I don't know what slide is up.
Yes, yes, yes. I understand.
I can see myself, my background, but I can't see the slide deck. Okay. Thank you. I can see the slides now and I appreciate it, Ram. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, Ron. So you can see the first slide is on. Yeah?
Yes. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
and you can
All right,
start.
I will
You can
dive
start.
right in, and apologies to the audience for this.
No
Yes.
This way.
problem.
Okay.
Ron, Hedna here, Ron. If you want to change, whenever you want to change the slide, you may make a hand signal and the slide would be changed. We'll take
Okay,
it.
so let's go right to the next slide then, Ram. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I've been in education for 47 years, and my passion in education is really this, that when our students are done with school, it will no longer be test scores that are the determinant of their success in life. Their success in life will really be determined by two things: by the kind of human beings they are and the quality of work that they do. And it really doesn't matter what work they go into. It doesn't matter what kind of career or parenting role they're in or whatever they do in the world. Who they are as a person and the quality of what they do is how they will be judged and whether they will be successful. And so it sounds silly, but I think we need to shift schools to focus more on assessing what are the quality of students we're creating, what's the quality of work that they're doing, not just their scores on exams and assessments. Next slide, please. So I'll tell you a little bit about my organization. I work with a nonprofit organization based in the US. We are called Expeditionary Learning Outward Bound, and our new name, a shortened version of that, is EL Education. And EL started 30 years ago in a marriage of two organizations, the Harvard Graduate School of Education, where I teach, and Outward Bound. And you may know Outward Bound is an international organization that takes adults and children into the wilderness, but not to teach wilderness skills, to teach teamwork and character and service, and to build an ethic of service and compassion. My organization has a different view of student achievement. In most places, people view student achievement as just exam scores, and particularly exam scores in literacy and in mathematics. We say student achievement should be three-dimensional. It should be the mastery of knowledge and skills students have, and also their character, and also their high-quality work. Next slide, please. So when I say mastery of knowledge and skills, I don't just mean exam scores. I mean kids who are great readers and writers and users of mathematics, great scientists and historians and artists. So much deeper than just let's get good scores, but let's build great scholars. Next slide, please. When I say character, I mean both performance character, kids' ability to be organized and show up on time and be efficient and have high standards for who they are, but also compassion and integrity and responsibility and respect for others, which is just as important as any of the academics. And next, craftsmanship, high quality student work, which is a particular passion of mine. Kids who have highest standards for what they create and also have a work ethic of really liking to do work. Next slide, please. When I say character, what do I mean by character? We actually have a framework in our organization of what we mean when we say character. And in the center of that framework is this notion of making the world a better place, contributing to a better world. We want effective learners who are ethical people who contribute to a better world. And so kids in our schools should be getting smart to do good for the world, to make their families, their communities, their countries a better place and the world a better place. Next slide, please. And in the other two areas, we also have frameworks for what we call deeper instruction for deeper learning, and also for what we mean when we say high quality student work, the attributes of high quality student work. Some of you may recognize Austin's butterfly on that slide, which is the way most people know me in the world, is my obsession with beautiful student work and this particular piece of work by Austin that went through 6 drafts to become a really well done piece of work. Next slide, please. So let me just start out with an example of a beautiful piece of student work, the kind of work that I see from places all over the world that inspires me about students' ability to contribute as citizens and do something that matters and how that motivates them to do their best work. So these are 10-year-olds in a state in the United States called Idaho. And these students were paired with an animal shelter where dogs and cats and other animals that were abandoned or unwanted were taken in. And each student was paired with a particular animal, a particular dog or cat. They learned the life story of that animal, and they did a portrait of that animal, and they wrote a poem about the life of that animal. And the portraits and the poems are incredibly well done because the students knew that their lives were, that the lives of these animals were dependent on them creating an argument for why people should adopt them. And so they made posters with these animals, posters with the pictures of the animals and with poems about the animals. And then these animals were posted all around the town, all around the city, in laundromats and in grocery stores and in government centers. And people read these poems and they looked at these drawings of animals. Next slide, please. And I don't know how long you'd want to look at this slide of Bella without thinking, I want to adopt that dog. But the school started getting calls that these animals were getting adopted because of the posters that kids had made. And so the many drafts of writing and the many drafts of drawing that kids did not only paid off, but it paid off in saving the lives of these animals and making a big difference in the world. So when I say beautiful work, I don't just mean beautiful visual work. I mean beautiful mathematical work. Next slide, please. And beautiful work in every dimension. So beautiful can be aesthetically beautiful, but can also be historically beautiful. Next slide. Mathematically beautiful, economically beautiful. These are slides, and we can just go through these slides every few seconds. These are slides of work I've collected over 40 years of work done by students in areas of science, in areas of architecture and construction, in areas of physics, in areas of arts, in all kinds of domains where kids thought, let's take the academic learning we're doing and put it toward good in the world, put it towards creating books, creating blueprints, creating scientific reports, creating movements that can make a difference in the world. And I think when we connect the disciplinary learning we're doing with students to an ability to contribute, to create a field guide that people will use in the real world, everything changes about the motivation that kids have because they think, let's make a difference. Let's clean up our neighborhoods. Let's build something that will help our community. Let's use our academic skills to make this community a better place, to make the world a better place. Next slide, please. So these are just slides, and we can just, these particular slides, we can just move through, are just examples of kids working with their hands, working with their minds, working with their research skills to create artifacts that become important and contribute in some way to their community and make a difference in the world. We have an online collection of these models of excellence, and I'm hoping that Beacon House and other schools in Pakistan will send us work done by their students, from young students all the way up to the oldest students.
Sure,
We
sure.
would love to collect beautiful work from Pakistan. We have work from India in the collection right now. I don't think we yet have work from Pakistan, so we really could use it. And the reason I'm showing all these images is I don't want this just to be my words. I want people to leave with a vision of, oh yeah, students can do amazing things. Students can do beautiful work. Students can make a difference in the world. So this is my last slide to go through quickly. And now I would like to take a little bit more time to do a little bit of a case study with you. So let's take on the next slide. The next slide brings us to a case study. This is an elementary school in Boston, Massachusetts, which is the state in the United States where I happen to live. And this school, I want to do a case study of a project that second graders took on in this school. So next slide, please. Second graders took on a study of snakes of the world, and each student researched a particular snake that lived somewhere in the world and created a page for this field guide. The students decided they wanted to send this field guide for free to everyone in the world, and they realized then we can't do a printed field guide. So they created an ebook. So students did their research and did their drawings for this ebook. And then they wrote a day in the life of these snakes. So it's like a field guide, but it's the story of the lives of these snakes. And each one of these is incredibly done for 7-year-old students. But the power of it is that they knew they were creating a free resource for the world. And so they went through draft after draft to create something of real power. I will later show you, and let's pause on this slide, not move through it. I will later show you a video of what it looked like when kids were creating that work. But before we move on, I want to point out that this is not a trade-off between students doing beautiful work and students succeeding on traditional academic measures. So this school was part of a cohort of 100 schools all serving low-income students, students in America that were the least well-served and had the least resources. And all of these 100 schools were tested in literacy and mathematics. Of those 100 schools, the students in this classroom that produced this field guide, this incredible field guide of snakes around the world, scored #1 in English language arts in their literacy work of any school in the cohort. And so not only did the kids not suffer from having the ability to do something deeply and beautifully, but their motivation for school, their motivation for learning how to write well and research well and read well was so much greater than in other schools that these students excelled on these tests without their whole curriculum being a test prep curriculum. Because, as everyone in Beacon House would know, projects can really engage kids' mind and heart in a way that makes them practice harder and work harder. So I will, when we bring you into that classroom later on a video format, you'll be able to see, okay, this is what it really looks like there.
Sure.
Now, to move on to a different case study, next slide, please. I want to take a case study of a high school. This is a high school also in my state. It is called the Springfield Renaissance School, and it's in a city that is a fairly low-income city. This was a city that's near me that was an industrial city 100 years ago, but the industry has pretty much left. So it's a city with lots of unemployment and lots of poverty. Next slide, please. In this city, there are 6 public high schools, and in the US, that means serving students from grades 9 to 12, like 15 to 18, or sometimes 6 or 7 to 12, so students from age 12 to 18. Of those 6 public high schools, 5 of them are not doing well. 5 of them only graduate 60% of their students, which means 40% of their students are dropping out before they can graduate. The one outlier on that is the school that we helped to open, the Springfield Renaissance School. It has 700 students. 84% of them are what we in the United States would say students of color, Black students, Latinx students. 96% of those students are graduating on time every year, and every single student has been accepted into university since the school opened. So let me say that again. For 15 consecutive years, every single student from this high school has gotten into university, which is unbelievable for the United States. And these students are what we would call first-generation students, meaning their parents didn't go to college or university, but they did. Why did that happen? There's a number of reasons. One is students meet every day in advisory groups called crews, where they support each other's social and emotional health and academic health. Next slide, please. Another reason is that there's great relationships in the school, and I'm sure everyone in this audience understands the importance of relationships, where kids feel known, where every kid from every background feels like he or she or they belong in that setting, and where teachers know them as people. Next slide, please. But it's also true that they had the opportunity to do beautiful work and work that contributed to a better world. So one of the projects that 9th graders, which means 14, 15-year-olds in the United States, did was that they were trained by city engineers to do an energy analysis of city buildings. Next slide. So these 9th graders, after being trained by city engineers, went into schools throughout the city and checked things like the HVAC systems and the heating systems and the appliances and the insulations and the windows, and figured out where are these buildings losing energy, where are they wasting energy, and then they created a report for the city about how we could retrofit the city schools by investing $156,000 US dollars to make these schools more energy efficient, which would help save taxpayer money and also help save the environment. The city invested that money, and within 1 year, they recouped $200,000, I think, of money. And every year now they're saving money. The city came back to those high school students and said, we want you to become our energy auditors for buildings throughout the city. And we've invested $250,000 US dollars to retrofit buildings that you tell us are needed. So these students, while still age 15, were working as professional engineers for the city as part of their learning. It's no wonder all of those kids went to college. They were already doing college level work when they were only 15. So I want to just share with you, I work for this nonprofit, EL Education. This is our website, eleducation.org. And because we're a nonprofit, everything we produce is free and open to the world. Next slide, please. So we have many things on the website that you can get if they're useful to you. We have many books. We have about a dozen books. Those are the only thing we can't offer for free because they're physical books and published. Next slide, please. But we also have more than 400 videos. I'll show a few of those to you today that are free and downloadable and usable. We also have a literacy curriculum for kindergarten through 8th grade students that's used by 500,000 students right now in the United States. It's also free and downloadable from our website. And we have Models of Excellence, which is this collection of hundreds and hundreds of projects from all over the world that you can also access and download for free. And we hope many of you in Pakistan will send us beautiful student work for this website.
Yes, sure, Ron.
And that, if you want to take a photograph of that or save it, those are access to all of our free resources. So,
Thank you
Ram,
so much.
let's
Yes,
end the slideshow there.
all right.
And I have gone on for quite a bit without giving people a time to think and talk.
It's all
So
right. It was lovely listening to you, Ron. So what do you say?
Let's take 5 minutes.
Okay,
Let's
sure.
take 5 minutes and have people have a chance to meet in small groups from their seats. People turn around in their seats and get in, have a conversation with a few other people. So I'll let you lead that. What's connected
They're
with you?
actually in an auditorium setting, and we have already given them the protocols to be in trios, so they can discuss in trios.
Excellent. Let's take 5 minutes just to discuss what's resonant so far, what questions have come up for you.
Can we have the camera towards the audiences? And audience, you can now discuss in trios what you've seen and what Ron has talked about. So Ron, how do you want them to connect?
You want
Yes.
to the question.
Yes.
So let's
You
just
can
take a
come up
few
with
minutes.
whatever you want them to discuss. That will be great.
So any
I
questions
think-
that you want to place, Ron, right now for the audience?
Yes, I'm just interested on what questions come up for people, what resonates for people in their own practice and work. What do they connect with? What are they skeptical about? So just from those first few things, what connects to your practice and your work from what I've shared so far?
Sure. Just give them a couple of minutes. Thank you. अच्छा कैमरे वाले को जरा मेरा So anyone who wants to share, please raise your hand and I'll bring the mic to you. Yes, please. Yes, Ron, we have a question or we have a statement. Responses. Yes, please. Who would like to go?
Ron, I would like to share that what you shared earlier in your second slide. I would go with that. It doesn't matter what grades did you get from a college or at the end of your education. However, it is more of the person or the capabilities or the qualities of as a person that you have that matters most. And second thing that we picked was the peer-to-peer interaction rather, and along with that, staff and teachers and student interaction and development of that relationship that matters the most.
Thank
you so
you.
much. Okay, we have a response from this side also. So, yes.
Thank you so much. Ron, in one of your slides, I just noticed one thing. The students, they started communicating with each other. That increases their number from school to graduation. That's mean communication, trust, And meeting each other regularly was one of the impact in increasing the number of their admission or their choices for the university.
Okay, great. We have another response from this side.
Ron, thank you so much. I think it's been just beautiful just listening to you speak, because this is what true education is all about. It's developing the child and making them productive, you know. It's not about just completing the curriculum. It's making them productive and useful citizens of society, and doing that as a team, and then actually seeing things happening. I think nothing better can happen. And if we can have this happening in every school, the world will definitely be a better place.
Okay.
Hi, Ron.
Farah, yeah.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question. You mentioned that the students used to meet in groups. Were they given any training on how to provide each other support or any structure on how to go about that?
Very good question.
Great. So let me respond to that question to say we have this structure which we call crew.
You're covering the camera.
Some people would call it an advisory structure. At the elementary level with young kids, it's usually every kid in the class sitting in a circle, because in the US, there's usually one teacher for all those young kids that are 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds. So they all 25 kids will sit in a circle every morning, and they learn how to share their feelings. They learn how to talk respectfully about each other and ask questions and support each other. And they also talk about what they're doing well with and what they're struggling with as a person and also academically. At the older level, when kids are going from teacher to teacher, we have the structure called crew is an advisory structure that meets every day in small groups. So one of the teachers is their crew leader. There's about a dozen students in that crew, and they meet every single morning with that crew and discuss how are their home lives going, how is their life going, how are they doing personally and emotionally. And then they also say, this is how I'm doing in my mathematics. This is how I'm doing in my language classes. This is how I'm doing in my science class. And they also hold each other accountable. So if kids are struggling, they all, as a family, lean in and talk about how are we going to help you do better in this. And I think it's not only one of the reasons why so many of them graduate and go to college, but it's the reason why they stay in school and care about school, is that they have a family that they meet with every day that supports them, but also holds them accountable, that their peers were tough on them as well as kind to them. And when kids start slipping and they start falling behind in their work or behind in being a good person, the other kids in their crew will hold them accountable for that and say, you haven't been a good person lately. You haven't been kind to us. You haven't been kind to other people. And it's been a powerful structure for us in shepherding kids to graduation and into college, but also in helping them become good human beings.
Thank you so much, Ron, for a detailed answer. So do we have
And Ram, I would love to actually move on to a video now, if we could.
Yes, please. Video one?
Yes, we're going to start with video one because I wanted you to see what it looks like in a classroom when this stuff is happening.
Sure.
It's one
So
thing
can
to
we
hear
have
me
video
talk.
one? Okay. Sure.
It's one thing to hear me talk about it, but it's really different to see it happening. So the classroom of second grade students, 7-year-olds, who created this field guide to snakes, I wanted you to see what it's looked like when they were creating that. And that this is a video from that classroom.
Yes.
It is a little.
Can we have the yes.
Soon passes a river,
Little
and a
louder,
giant,
please.
starving, scaly crocodile rises out of the green water on its big, short legs and bounds toward her. Crocodiles are her predators.
And around. Well, this is a pretty cool.
When students are feeling excited and empowered by what they are learning, it creates the right conditions for producing really high quality work. And getting really high quality work from every student means they have to go through a process of critique and revision. we began thinking about our scientifically accurate drawings of our snakes by looking at models done by kids from earlier years.
What are some stars we could give about Goodness's snake shape? Some compliments, some kind critique, Maxwell.
I like how he wrote the head and the tail where it's supposed to be.
Students worked on one aspect of illustration at a time, starting with their snake shape.
I want you to now think about stairs. What are some stairs, some things that he could work towards in his next draft? Turn and talk.
Yeah, and I think he should make the head, because it kind of looks like it's sacking down a little bit, so it can make it a little bit round.
I wanted students to not only understand how to look carefully like scientists at the work, but also be able to enhance their ability to give critique and feedback by using our rubrics.
Okay, if the target's met, that means that in every single place that the lines are smooth. Do you see some smooth lines? Where do you see some smooth lines? Okay. Do you see smooth lines everywhere? Can you point a few lines where they're not so smooth? Okay, so did she hit the target for that? Okay, so is she getting started?
I've been traveling around the country for the past 10 years with a story called Austin's Butterfly about the power of critique and feedback. And that story has become a phenomenon in a way. It has taken off internationally. Tens of thousands of students and teachers have found it a provocation to create beautiful work.
It's not bad, and it is a butterfly, but does it look exactly like this? No,
And
it
people
doesn't.
often ask me, what would it look like if that Austin's Butterfly process was always there in a classroom? What could a classroom look like? And I'm not sure I've ever seen a classroom that's a better example of that than this classroom.
Would you agree that the size, how wide the
We have
snake
three
is
things that we
same
always
until it
ask
gets
kids
the
to
tail?
do when we're doing a critique. Be kind, be specific, and be helpful. And after the kids practiced, we began the process of going back and critiquing each other's work. And what I find is that in the beginning, kids are really great about being kind.
I like that you made like the tail, because I can see in the picture that it goes up.
So at the beginning, we don't see a lot of very helpful or specific feedback. Over time, as kids do this, and we're talking about over several weeks, as they practice, critique, and their drawings improve, you can see that the kids begin to recognize the value of that specific and helpful feedback.
Like right here is like more wider, so one thing I do to get it in proportion, I go like that, and then I go like that, and then I erase the lines, and then I just make it how my fingers were. And the nugget of space here should be a little bit smaller. And the nugget of space here could be bigger. So
I also needed to be able to sit with kids individually to help them improve their ability to give critique. So I needed a process in my classroom to give kids more independence in their work.
But some of you yesterday finished a draft and were really hoping to get some critique from peers. For example, Marguerite finished one of her snake shapes. So Marguerite would find her name. This is Marguerite Asian Rock Python. And what Marguerite would do is she would move her name to being ready for a peer critique. Anybody else who's ready for a peer critique would move their name to ready for a peer critique.
I've used the project board with kids for a long time, and that helps them become the co-managers of the critique process. They can see where anyone is in the classroom at any time, and I can see where anyone is in the classroom at any time, and then they can choose a partner to go and do critique with. It's great because it means kids aren't always going to their friends. It's great because they can take more ownership over the critique process themselves. Over time, we focused on other physical features like scales, patterns, and color. And along the way, we worked with different experts who taught the kids specific techniques.
So sometimes we're going to see just plain old circles. Sometimes you see ovals.
yeah.
Ooh, oh my goodness, like perfectly perpendicular diamonds, like that.
And for each new aspect of their illustration, we created a rubric and had opportunities for critique and feedback.
I like how your scales are going to the direction of where the body is. Like something that you can work on, like a stair, is trying to make all the scales the same size. Not like smaller. I had to make them big because you know how it's facing towards Toronto.
Getting kids to do their best work is what learning expeditions are all about. It's not just about doing it when we're doing our high quality artwork. We take the same process, then we can apply it to the way we craft our written stories. Or in our school, we can do the same thing when we think about all the music that's essential in our school. Learning how to do your best work and learning that that happens through a process of critique and revision is very empowering for students. It sets them up for success in any academic or personal venture in the future.
Instead of a triangle. But just make it a little bit bigger, not just that bump. Yeah. Not really bigger.
Yes, thank you so much, Ron. It's a wonderful video. I would like to ask you a question. So when
Sure.
we saw, yes, when we saw Austin's Butterfly back in a professional development course by Jill Akers, she showed us that video, and we were awestruck. You were a celebrity there and then. With all the Beacon House crowd that was there in that professional development course. So I would like to ask you this question, that what happened with the reflection as a teacher, because obviously you were working and that was something that was an experiment for you. So what were your reflections like afterwards?
And I would like to add here too,
Yeah.
that yes, your reflections and what happened to Austin. Where is he now? How old is he now? And what career does he
Yes,
have?
please.
I can start by saying I have tried very hard to find Austin. He's in his 20s now, and he moved away after first grade, and we have not been able to find him. But I can tell you, for those of you who might remember the video, the students who appear in that video who are critiquing it, I've followed many of them. So for example, there's a young man in the video named Atak. If you remember the video, he says, he made a lot of progress. He persevered in doing it. And at one point I asked Atak to come up to the screen, and he says, I don't mean to be mean, but it's just not quite right. The angle is just not quite right. And I said, Atak, come up to the board and show us. And he comes up and he says, it should move out here a little more. So when Atak moved from elementary school into middle school, I followed his career. He did a service project in middle school to redo a playground in his community. When he was in high school, I was so impressed with the work he was doing that I asked him to be the keynote speaker for our EL Education National Conference, which had 1,200 educators. And Atak flew the first time in his life on a plane across the United States to be the keynote speaker for our national conference and talk about how he uses Austin's Butterfly as a metaphor for his whole life. That every time he's at a place in his life, in his work and his personal development, he thinks, but I'm only at this draft. I could be at the next draft and the next draft of my life. I'm trying to continually become a better person. And he is in college right now, the first in his family to go to college. So he was a refugee from Sudan. And so it is really a powerful thing for me to think of those kids from the Austin's Butterfly video and the kind of people that they're becoming.
Excellent, Ron. I'm speechless because I can relate to so many things, because we have similar kids here as well. And you've done this with one kid, and this is amazing, truly amazing. So we would now want you to move to our next, perhaps, segment of your presentation.
Yes.
Or do you want to show them video 2 or video 1?
Yes.
Video 2 or video 3?
Yes, I would like Sound to move on to video 2, because I wanted the folks in the audience who work with older students to see what does it look like for high school students to be in this work. So this video is featuring the second school that we did a case study with, which is Springfield Renaissance School, the school where all the kids are getting into college. But this video is from when the school first started, but when it was just starting out as a school. It was a new school for the district, No one believed that these students would ever go to college. And I wanted to show you the project that sort of launched that vision for them. So let's go on to video 2.
Let's play video 2, please.
I'm just proud that I actually was part of the school. Just knowing like all the changes that Renaissance had made in Springfield. We finally have a school in town that changed everything in the city.
For these students, this first year at Renaissance was their first time really being asked to do work of high quality for an outside audience.
Project was brought to our attention. We were like, what do they expect us to do with this big pond? Like, we're 15-year-old students. We felt a lot of pressure. They were depending on us to decide if this pond was swimmable or not. It was kind of like empowering, I guess. Like, oh, they're depending on this brand new school. It's the first year. They're depending on us to give them the information that they're looking for.
Each group had a specific section of the pond that we tested. So different groups had different areas of the pond that we were figuring out whether or not the pond was safe to swim, and that was sort of the ultimate type of responsibility that you can give to a group of students.
We're told this is important, we're doing this for the community, you guys are responsible, and we're going to present it, and some important people were going to come to this assembly, and we were to present it as if it was a real setting, and it was a real setting.
I actually lived 5 minutes away from the pond, so I was actually excited to know what were going to be the results, just because as a kid I used to walk around by the area with my mom and always wonder how come that pond was always closed.
It was both the scientific content, because they had to take the state exam at the end of the year, but also as a way to really engage them in the community and to be able to do scientific field work. I felt that that was an important skill that I wanted my students to have. It wasn't just a cool project, it was a cool project based deeply in the standards. We read primary sources, we read secondary sources, we read scientific text. We read the Massachusetts water quality standards and made sense of them. I'm going to read something, I'm going to understand it, I'm going to use that with my field work and my field experiences, and I'm going to make sense out of that and apply it through my writing and show what I know through what I write. And that, to me, is deeply embedded in the Common Core state standards and deeply embedded in what it means to be college and career ready.
It got us ready for the real world, because me personally, I knew that in college deadline was very important, and part of having a career is knowing that someone is going to hold you responsible.
I think that students who are the most ready for college and for careers are students who have a variety of skills that they've learned in high school. And Blue Pond was an example of a project that gave us different skills, whether it's testing water, whether it's writing up the lab reports, editing the lab reports. It gave students different skills that they may not have normally got.
At the end of the day, I was proud. I was proud of myself. I was proud of our class as a whole. It came out really great. We presented it to the mayor of Springfield, and everyone was so impressed with us.
during my undergrad, I had to conduct my own studies. And I had to go out there, get approval, and then I had to start. I had to collect data, do a chart just like we did for this project, and then the final goal was to have a final paper and present it to the whole school. So it's very similar.
Our test results in that first year for the science MCAS, they were significantly higher than the rest of the city. So whereas people thought like, oh, that crazy school, well, all of a sudden that crazy school was getting good results. I ultimately want my students to believe in themselves and believe in themselves in a myriad of ways. And one of those ways is to believe that they're capable of whatever it is they'd like to do.
I should be in Hollywood. We should all be in Hollywood. Come on, class of 2010, let's do something.
Okay, that's really great. And it's so nice to see students working on their own, reflecting on their work, and then the community service that they had been doing. So any comments from the audience? Anyone who would like to ask anything or comment on it?
I have the mic with me, yes.
Anything that you would like to contribute?
So thank you very much for this presentation. It is so meaningful, and what I'm getting out of this is that they need to have some meaningful work. So if they think that their part is being acknowledged and they have the power to change, then they'll put the real brain in work. So otherwise, whenever we present, it is just a presentation. So we do that, and I think we have to move forward with putting that work in community and making them believe that whatever they're designing here will bring some benefit to the society, and they can be a part of the society, and they can bring some change in the society. So meaningful work has this power. It is amazing to see. Thank you.
Okay, indeed, contextualization of the work is extremely important for the students. Once they know what they are doing and why they are doing and how they are going to do it, that's where the whole energy comes in. Yeah. Ron, I would like to know whether you would like to go for the next video, because it's, I think we have another 11
now.
minutes.
Yeah.
11,
So
10,
if
11
we could
minutes
see
left.
the timer, please.
Great.
So we've got 11 minutes
Yeah.
with you, Ron. Yes, 11 minutes.
Great. So
how would you like to proceed?
How do you want to proceed?
Let's do about 5 minutes of questions, and then I'll share the last video.
So do we have questions, audience?
Or comments.
Or comments? Yes. Yes, please.
Farah again.
So Ron, I wanted to ask, how important is the role of the policy maker who, that they're presenting their work to? Because meaningful work is only meaningful if you have the buy-in of the government. So
That's
how?
so right.
Sorry?
It's so right. Yes.
Yeah.
It's such an apt question.
So how important is their role? Because I think we have a lot of problems in Pakistan to solve, but it's just who to reach.
I think that's an excellent question, because sometimes we design a project that's not actually going to be able to land in the community because of bureaucracy, because of laws, because of people's interests. So I think the first step is that a teacher involved or a project coordinator or someone from the school has to go out and meet the officials and find out who is ready to take some student help, who is ready to have students go out and interview people in the community, who is ready to go out and have students test things for pollution, who's ready to go out and meet with engineers and do this kind of work. And there's always going to be someone in the city hall, always someone in the administration, always someone in the university who says, I'd be willing to do that. You have to find that person who is your ally in the real world, who actually can say, this is a place where it would work. Let me share one very specific example. We had a school where the students were inspired by this idea, and they decided we should test whether there's pollution in the rivers and streams in our town. And so the teacher went to the water department and said, do you need any help with testing? And the water department person said, no, we don't need any help. We don't need kids doing this. In fact, kids wouldn't know how to do this work. We have a team that does that. And so she said, can I talk to some of your team? Because that guy had no interest in getting help. And then she talked to some of the team, and some of them were interested, some of them were not. It was just silly. What would kids have to offer? But one of the members of the team said, well, to be honest, there's some areas of town where we're not really sure. Like, we put salt on the roads in the winter. It might be leaching into the water. It might be polluting the water. We're not actually sure because we don't have the person power to test it all the time. And she said, oh, what if I had my middle school students, my 12 and 13-year-olds, going to that river all the time and testing it through the winter to see if the salt is leaching into the water? He said, that would actually be amazing for us. And so when she found that person who was willing to actually have the students contribute, the students got trained by him to actually do the testing. They went there all winter. And in the fall, in their next year's town meeting, the cover picture of the town annual report was those students testing the water. And the work that they did actually helped the city to clean up some of that river. So what was beautiful and what's great about your question is it's not always going to happen right away. You can't right away find the person who says, of course, go out and interview the shop owners in our community. Go out and interview the people in our community who do community support. Some of those people will say kids can't do that kind of work. So you have to search around for the person who believes in you and says, I would be willing to make those connections for you. Let's get started. And then you find that person on the inside in your community who's willing to make the connections to the community people or train your kids to do interviews, train your kids to test for water or air or soil quality. And then the kids know there's a real contribution we can make here.
So it has to be a combined effort. The students going out and asking, and then the school management helping them out, maybe making connections for them and helping them out for that.
Exactly. And finding experts from a university, from an industry, from the government who said, I'll come in, I'll help you while you're doing your report. I'll critique your report with you. I'll look over your findings. I'll teach you things about how to do this.
Great. Thank you so much, Ron. And, whatever we've seen in the videos and what are we discussing here in the hall, it's very much related to the 5 dimensions of the School of Tomorrow conference: the inclusive future, the expressive future, the unknown future, and the balanced future.
Peaceful future.
And a peaceful future, yes. So
Great.
thank you so much.
And Raum and Hina, I know time is running out, so I'm going to introduce my last video, which is only a 2-minute video.
Yes, please.
Okay, sure.
And that same classroom where students were studying snakes, in their study of snakes, they learned that people don't like snakes, that people kill snakes, that people hate snakes. And in fact, in almost every country of the world, snakes are presented as bad, that in almost every religion and in fables, snakes are always the bad people. And they said, well, but snakes are God's creatures. Snakes have an important place in our ecosystem. We have to educate people that snakes are okay. And so they thought about writing a letter to the editor, but they thought, yeah, but the newspaper probably won't publish it and no one will care. So they thought about doing a piece for television, public interest piece. And then the students decided, what if we created a music video about snakes and about how snakes are valuable? And the music video went viral, and then people all over the world would see it. So because this classroom, as you saw, is dedicated to quality, when they decided to do a music video, they studied music videos and they got access to a real studio and they worked with experts and they created actually a very good music video. And it did go viral and it was viewed by more than 50,000 people all over the world. They took the Lady Gaga song. Lady Gaga, you may know, is an American performer, and she wrote a song called...
We all know.
Oh, great. So you know Lady Gaga. She wrote a song called Born This Way. And her Her song Born This Way is about accepting people who are different, who have a gender difference or sexual orientation difference, or they look different. And just saying people are just born this way. You accept them for who they are. And they rewrote her song to be Snakes Are Born This Way. So the last video I'll show you is a shortened version of the students' music video, Snakes Are Born This Way, which is available on YouTube if you like it. So let's start.
Thank
video
you so
two.
much, Ron. Yes.
Let's run the video.
It doesn't matter if you're scared of them or not. Just open up your heart because snakes were just born this way.
Our teachers told us and said, getting ready, we'd be herpetologists. If you don't know, that means we study snakes from everywhere around the world. There's nothing wrong with having scaly skin. You say snakes are all made perfectly. So watch them scissors, cause they'll go far, even with no legs in ours. No need to be scared of snakes, they're not all the same. You can't change who they are. Snakes are born this way, they are a part of this world. Don't judge snakes by their looks, you can't change who they are. Snakes are born this way. Did you know that without snakes, mice would eat up all our grains? There would be no food for cows. Without them, we have no pizza and no ice cream. We need snakes, baby, they are born this way. You can't change who they are. Snakes are born this way.
That was great.
That was actually great. Really high pitch.
That was great indeed.
Oh, that was wonderful. We love how they were actually having fun.
Thank
and
you.
singing and all those
Thank
words.
you.
Snakes
Thank
are
you
born.
all for letting me share my passions with you today.
Thank you so much, Ron, for joining us at the SOT. We are just hoping to have you next time in person in Pakistan.
That would be much nicer. Thank you so
Inshallah.
much. I hope you have a great conference.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much for your time. And
Yes.
I think our audience are equally
Yes.
happy to attend the session. Thank you once again.
So
and
any closing words, Ron, and then we can perhaps end the live session? Yes.
The closing words I would say, we can't teach like this every day of every year. We can't always have something exciting and powerful happening for kids. We can't always have kids contribute. But
Very
over
true.
the course of the year, if students can just do one or two things that they're so proud of and that they contribute in some way beyond the classroom, it changes who they are.
It does.
It
Thank you
does.
so much. Thank you so much, Ron, for joining us.
Thank
Thank
you all.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank
And
you so
thank
much,
you
audience,
everyone for being here.
for being here. Thank you so much. Yes. Any closing remarks, Sadia?
Yes, we would like to thank Mr. Ron Berger, Miss Raum, Miss Hina for taking out time from their busy schedule for this fruitful session. We hope that learning from the same will go a long way.